Hello. Hello. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the live stream AEW Full Gear on pay-per-view on stream. Welcome. It's so weird to not say that like it's not a paid-for live event. But welcome, everybody. Welcome. Oh, okay. How's everybody doing tonight? I'm a bit late to the party. Oh shit, that was a while ago. Hold on. There we go. It's been a while since we covered a lot of wrestling. Since the whole Nixon Noel fiasco involving her way out of AEW. Oh my god. Pac versus Darby Allin, and Darby Allin's completely patched up from his waist to his left arm. Colin elbow tie up the start. For two, like, well, Pac has kind of changed up his style. He's more of a technician. While, like, you probably know him as Neville, he was more of a high flyer. Incredibly athletic, always in good condition. Hairstyle always sucked. Kip up. Brother looks like Dynamite Kid in a way. I'm not gonna lie. Let's go, Darby! Fuck you, Darby. Tailgates? Nah, don't bullshit me on the tailgates. Currently a bit of technical wrestling. Getting over the ropes, incredible agility, and a running drop kick, pushing him down to the corner, and Pac is trying to buy time and recuperate. Exceptional. Brother, did Pac even win anything except the six-man tag title? And I thought after climbing Mount Everest, they put him in a program for the world title, knowing he's like a pillar, yet he's like primordially almost out of the title picture almost any time, just to get a blood feud with a faction that's still here. Yes, the Death Riders are still here, folks. I swear, I think that's where like 30% of the audience of AEW left from. Gets over the ropes, countering that arm drag, trying to go for a cradle, counters off the ropes, springboard. Oh my god, that was pretty cool. springboard crossbody counter. I'm shocked they're starting with such in-ring work after like Darby has a visible injury. Doesn't look like Pac is taking not a lot of advantage of. He got him in that head scissors though. I do want to transition a bit for this Sunday. Oh, into a Scorpion Deathlock, and Pac is running straight to the ropes. After like the Buffalo Bills merely fumbled the bag, and the Texans shown that they have a significant defense after trading around to get Willa Henderson, they got Stroud. They made some gambles over draft. They can still be a competitive team in the AFC South. When it looks like, oh, got him in the gorilla press. There's no shot. They're gonna shut Darby. Oh my God, flat. He's gonna keep taking sickening bumps, brother. This is a match opener. It didn't even take like 6 minutes into the match, and you already gorilla pressing him outside the ring, flat on his back, to take a harsh bump. God damn, that's already with his ribs. And then Darby Allin Blazers dog. This is just Colin Delaney if he had a push. I'm gonna just keep it a stack with y'all. And I have nothing against Darby. He seems like a great wrestler. He has a cool mystique about him. I can't take a twink with a skateboard seriously. It's at the 5 count after getting gorilla pressed outside the goddamn ring, fam. Dun dun dun. Still battering him. Darby Allin returns to the ring in the 7 count while Pac is stripping the taping that's supposed to keep Darby Allin in one piece, and you can see the visible injuries. And he's rubbing. Oh my God, that's not a massage to nurse the ruins right there. Disrobing this guy like he's an old Japanese coruscant. Like, fuck. I know he's supposed to sell the visible injuries if Darby's in a vulnerable state. Or, yeah, the chat. Yeah, anybody's open to visit it and get their 2 cents in, or you guys want to talk about football, go right ahead. Fuck Liverpool, by the way. Y'all frauds. Stop messing with my parlays, fam. Let's go, Darby. There's only one person chanting Darby. Nobody's giving a Darby count when he's supposed to be selling so he can make a comeback. One man is believing in Darby right now. Yo, what's the? Stop giving us just a hard cam, AEW. Oh, an Irish whip. Literally got him between the second and third rope. Damn, brother is getting cooked. Darby Allin is so cooked. The referee's coming outside to look if he can even continue the match. Look at the twist of the wrist, that wrist. Look at the twist of the wrist, that wrist. Look at the twist of the wrist, that wrist. Oh, who the hell was that? Uh, excuse me. Excuse me, princess. Jesus. Pac going high risk after such a vicious Irish whip. Pac going straight for a missile dropkick from the top, and that springs Darby Allin from across the ring. Going two. No. No, no, no. Near fall. Pac feels like he had the match won. Darby has already looked battered and beaten before he even entered the ring. Entered the ring. Excuse me. I want to get some kicks collection. I want to continue my hoop shoe collection around before the holiday starts for Thanksgiving, knowing I will be off work on Thursday, obviously because of the holidays, and a Friday, so it's a day off for me. So probably will continue the stream for Fiona and Cake probably this week. Next week or tomorrow. And tossed outside. Back. Oh, and using the under the apron trick to finally get an opening on Pac. Darby Allin's injuries has slowed him down. Going high risk. Darby Allin, suicide dive outside from the second rope. Darby Allin's finally growing some believers. What was the last main event for Full Gear of 2024? Was that when Danielson was world champion? Because I think he became part time this year. Darby Allin, he has back in the chair, nice and still. High percentage of this hitting. Darby Allin going for a missile drop kick while Pac's on the chair. No way to protect himself, and it's going to be a brutal maneuver that was also high risk for Darby. Damn. I'm guessing they'll do a run in later with the Death Riders because I don't know what Wheeler Yuta's doing. I don't think they book that guy unless it's like a collision or some shit. Look at this. Bang! Well, you can't. There's copyright. I'm not trying to gamble on that. Darby with that missile drop kick got Pac's head, back of the head, right near the commentary table. I was intending to get a new pair of the Way of Weight sneakers that I just don't wear in the gym anymore. I just don't wear the weight. I have wore the WoW 10s more than I wore the WoW 11s. And that's sad. I don't want to say that because this came in a nice packaging. Sorry if you guys can't see it. Hold on. Yeah, it's right here. I got this for like 225. This is the most I ever spend on a basketball shoe. And let me tell you, it has a lot going for it. It's a bit bulky on the outrigger here, but I'm not going to cap. The fit is a bit long. I recommend you go a half size down. If you have like a regular squared feet, if your foot's long, you have that predicament where your foot's a bit narrow. You can go true to size, but this is a bit roomy. It's a bit roomy, that's why. But yeah, this one's sitting in the collection because I go to the gym, and sadly, that's where they have it at. Shout out to Wade Wade though. That's one of my favorite players. I'm shocked how much he's grown the brand. Where like people trust. Like now, I see whenever I go to a gym, I see a lot of hoopers over at the gym or outside the courts and the parks. Like they actually wear the shoes. So that's kudos to Dwayne Wade. I have other stuff in the collection, but it's over on the right on the on my right hand side. Darby Allin, though, he's grossed a comeback after that missile drop kick and punishing Pac. Irish whip. Oh, oh, countered a springboard coffin drop into a German suplex by Pac. Turns the tables on Darby, running the ropes, building momentum. Pac going for a lariat. Damn! Like a like a battering ram with wheels on it too. Three. Near fall. This has been a good match. This has been a decent match to start off the show. I wish we did more selling because I don't think like the fans are really thing at Darby's injuries right now. It doesn't feel like they're building that much into Darby getting comebacks, even though he's taking sickening bumps. Hold on. Apologies. I'm still getting my thumbnail out. If you want, I can update you with the card. I can get the match card going right now. If you want me to add like sneaker content into the channel, I do not mind. I don't mind adding my own hobbies into my channel. We'll probably do Has Been Hotel around the week. I want to rotate around with sports wrestling, whatever interests I have in mind. Pac was attempting to do something, but he just continues to forearm smash Darby Allin over the corner. Oh God. I think. Oh yeah, SmackDown Hotel. Here it is. I just saw my freaking Knicks lose to the Orlando Magic, and I'm heartbroken, fam. I am heartbroken. Oh, straight finally hooks him, and there it is. Scorpion Deathlock. Scorpion Deathlock. Legendary Sting submission hold. And he has it right where he wants it. And yeah, oh fucking Coven. I called it, bro. Wheeler Yuta looks like he owns more Pokemon cards than me, bro. And I don't even practically own one, but just like Sting, Pac uses a baseball bat out of nowhere for the cover, too. Oh, fuck you. On pay per view? While man's selling an injury, and you have to get an interference with a weapon. With a man that's like skinnier than Pac, bro. Like, all right, Pac. Congrats, Pac. You a bitch ass. The Bastard. That's not a monetizable name. That is a Punisher villain. Not a cool one. And there's comic book villains with really vile names you don't want to say in public. And that was the opening match. Pac beats Darby Allin off Wheeler Yuta interference with a foreign object. Use a baseball bat. No shot. New Orleans will be Money in the Bank. Final destination will be December. Oh, it's going to be my mom's birthday. That's great. New Jersey. Shout out to YTC. I know he was in midlife. He was at MetLife Stadium for when the Green Bay Packers played the New York Giants the previous week. That's why he didn't stream. Shout out to him. He saw one of the funniest choke drops since the Bears game. So yeah, we have AEW Women's Tag Team Tournament that's been built up over the past couple of weeks, as well as an AEW National Championship. Guys, if you guys are not familiar with my channel, there's too many cooks because I do not mind a women's tag division. My thing is you have a women's mid card division, you have a women's main world title division, when it's the same shit, and there seems to be no gravitation around it. And then you want to add additional belts with barely any established division. Well, my also, I don't even feel like the major issue is the women's tag division. You can do that because of the surplus of talent you guys have, and make them tag teams so you can give them bookings. That's fine. My thing is, why do we not need another mid card title tournament when you already established the Ring of Honor championships? The Sisters of Sin. If they win, they get an opportunity to pick their own stipulation. That's cool. This is my brutality. And if you Rhea Ripley simps are not allowed in the stream, I'm not gonna lie. My apologies, but I just don't rate her. I do not rate that woman. I don't know if y'all rating Rhea Ripley like she's Lita. And I'm not saying that out of hate. I'm just face value, she is not a star without the women's championship. And that says a lot. Because I know personally some John Cena haters. And yet John Cena was headlining pay-per-view after pay-per-view in 2012 without it. That tells me something. I'm sorry. Yeah, this is what got Nixon the World fired. Sandbagging, Megan Bain's German suplex, but her tag team partner is injured with her arm in a sling, but she's holding a hammer like she's Harley Quinn. And Marina Shafir from the Death Riders. How to show no assets, but she has broad shoulders. This works perfectly. Make her like a pit fighter gimmick, but make sure her eye line is like this. Babes of Wrath. Also, this must be Willow Nightingale and or Harley Cameron with the puppet. And Harley Cameron, and I guess the only babyface tag team in this. The only upside, knowing that AEW has no pay-per-views, I mean no brand split, they can establish almost every championship, or at least every champion would be like starring on the show. So that's the upside here. And Timeless Tony Storm and Mina Shirakawa, and they're doing TikTok dances. Marina, the fuck you looking at? Timeless. Let me guess. Texas lost to Arkansas? Please don't say Texas lost to Arkansas. That'd be funny as hell. Wait, excuse me for a second, folks. Let me use apologies. I don't know where the "We'll be right back" screen is. I don't know if they even have that. Oh no, the cloud here works better. And right now, Marina Penelope, Megan, and Penelope Ford are wearing their DC gear tonight. Or they're supposed to be based on superheroes. And Megan Byrne is starting with a belly to belly suplex. Oh, and Tony Storm turns the table, going for a tornado DDT. Using the corner. You're going for Mina. They were feuding with the women's world title, and now they're a tag team. 1, 2. And Shirakawa does a drop kick to try to take out Marina Shafir. Bitch, did she not sell it? Yeah, at this point, make WWE 2K like 20% off. Let me get all the DLC for cheap, bro. Yeah, I don't play my faction. Stop thinking Triple H. Niggas don't play my faction. I apologize, man. I don't like saying it like that. They do not play my faction. Like I shouldn't pay for WrestleMania 41. I should not be paying for a recent WrestleMania. That should already be integrated on the show. And I don't know if they probably got to take a year off so they can schedule fall releases of a video game. Because whenever they do that, that means you have to get the previous WrestleMania. And Mina Shirakawa's face is getting dragged over the top rope, but you can't see it because her hair is covering her face. And get an arm takedown. Marina Shafir, bro. Like, and people talk shit about Ronda Rousey being a poor wrestler, dog. Her stiff little arm drags and a 619 head scissors into a sloppy takedown over the face. Yeah, get her out the ring. Get her out the ring. Yeah, this bitch sucks. Get the. She sucks. Fucking terrible. She's fucking terrible. I'm sorry, folks. Oh, what's poppin', good own kid? How you doing? We got a Steelers fan in the building and a Niners fan in the building.
Yo,
What's poppin'?
not much.
Oh God.
Let me turn down the gain a little bit.
Oh, no problem.
There we go.
I got to see my Knicks get mollywopped by the Orlando Magic without their best player. I mean, they had Franz Wagner, but Paolo Banchero doesn't play. And we got thrashed like 20 points. And we got Brunson back. After we went to like a 11-game winning streak, I think like 4 straight we won without him.
Well, you ready to make the finals then?
Yes.
Are you gonna win it though?
We'll be happy to participate. If John Jay gives us Jonathan Kuminga.
Mm-hmm. Wow, Kuminga, this nigga.
No, I don't know what the Warriors.
We'll give you a quarter season of Mitchell Robinson. You need a big, don't you?
I don't know what the Warriors are doing at this point.
You guys are not tanking.
Let's take Jimmy Butler.
Well, for sure, I'm not saying that we're tanking. I'm saying that we're not good.
You should be tanking, bro. And trade Curry and restart fresh.
I don't know what's the plan with Curry. I don't know if you're
All right,
still
we
trying to
finally
push
scored a
it
touchdown.
down.
It took us.
You guys shown to be a good 45-win team.
Took
And that's not a bad.
It took us almost 20 minutes to score a fucking touchdown.
Oh wow!
Stupid Cal, same old ass team.
Only the Jets.
Oh, Jets got Baltimore. They're cooked.
Yeah, only the.
Gonna start. Oh, the Raiders.
Yeah, Shador's starting against the Raiders.
Oh, God. But Crosby's still healthy.
Yeah. Only the Jets could have like 0 interceptions in 11 games. That's wild.
Yeah. And still lose.
They always lose.
They still lose.
The Jets their defense has not had an interception all season.
And it's like, look at his completion rating, and you tell me it matters that he doesn't pick off the ball. I committed Grand Theft Auto, but I didn't kill anybody. What? You see how that makes no sense? Oh, and does the Undertaker rope?
What's that move called where the Undertaker goes on the rope and walks on it?
That's not the last ride. I forgot what it's called.
No, the last ride is the fucking rip off
bomb.
Batista bomb or whatever the fuck that is.
I should know. I've been watching him for years. Oh God, I feel terrible. Oh, and here comes. Oh, a barrel toss. And the tallest woman here is overpowered. Oh my God, Marina Shafir sucks. And people be talking shit about Ronda Rousey. There's worse. What the fuck is that? She tried to do a bicycle kick and in front of her.
Yeah, did you actually buy this pay-per-view?
Oh no. I'm watching this off an alternative streaming service.
Oh, I figured.
I use my money respectfully. I get basketball shoes I go to the gym with.
This map is too big. What the fuck?
Are you playing Black Ops 7?
Yeah. There's nothing to play, bro. I mean, what?
You poor bastard. There's plenty of stuff on sale on the PlayStation Store.
I already played all those games, bro. Already played that. No, not Death Stranding, bro. Hell no. That game cheeks.
Oh, no, knee.
Leave the memories alone.
Ooh, look at Tornado DDT. Oh, that was tough. Okay.
I got clapped.
Widow Nightingale trying to get. I swear somebody's gooning to that.
Huh, not me.
You know how guys would go for like the. No offense, the bigger women that are incredibly optimistic, and that's no shade to that. She seems like a nice girl though. But Marina Shafir needs to get the fuck out the ring. I've seen Seth Green do more in the ring than her. Like,
get in the building. There you go.
Oh, bump off. A power slam to the buckle into the mat, into the canvas. Oh, Samoan drop. She's plus size, so she can do it. Unless you plus sized or Samoan, do not do a Samoan drop.
Leave the memories alone. Get out of the way, faggot. Oh, my bad.
Well, it's been plus like 10, 15 minutes. I don't know if you really bother with you
Get out
saying
of the
to
way.
rock or stuff like that. Oh, breaks up the pin. We need to do a 4-way women's tag match because if we did 2 women's tag matches on one pay-per-view, we'd get no sales.
Hey, tell that to WWE. They had like, what? Didn't they have 2 at one point?
Nigga, you know when's the last time the women's tag titles were even defended on PLE?
Did the
I
women's
think you had
tag team
to. I
titles?
think you had to see the Royal Rumble or some shit. No, since SummerSlam, and we had like
Oh,
4 different PLEs after. I forgot that Charlotte and Alexa just lost them last night. Like they're so irrelevant.
Charlotte Flair.
Charlotte
Damn.
Flair and Alexa Bliss were tag team champions.
I thought fucking Charlotte Flair was the women's world champion. I've
No,
been
she was the
losing.
women's tag champion with Alexa Bliss for like months.
Man, no, yeah, that's how irrelevant she
Yeah,
is.
you
If I
see,
wasn't paying attention,
and you see Alexa. We got a new blonde petite baddie that people want to sim for. Alexa, you're damaged goods.
yeah,
So
she is
an
a little
F5
strange.
into a sleeper hold from the front.
She been damaged good before she even got married, bro. She has an eating disorder.
It's been since her pig died. What type of sex position are they showing me here in Full Gear? And Tony Storm breaks up the submission hold. That looked like absolute shit. All right, go for the hot tag, Mina. Shirakawa, Marina Shafir, just stick to being the Butch Dyke, Orange is the New Black, supporting cast member of the Death Riders. She thinks she's Samoan too. She's barefoot in the ring with tape on it. In the DDT. Tony Storm going for that pile driver. Ooh, but cuts her off. Hawks in the ears to stun Tony Storm. Reversal off the Irish whip. And a big boot, but it tags herself in.
Got
Haley
her.
Cameron. Luthez. Luthez press, but Harley Cameron's the legal women. Cross body from the top. 1, 2. No. This match about to give me bad posture. Like I'm trying to feel engaged. It was supposed to be important. Oh, okay. Okay, Tony. 1, 2. Double hand spine buster. Double vertical suplex. Oh. Double front suplex into a double super kick. Into a double German. Oh, you see, guys, we have to applause now. Oh, pounce.
Leave
Oh,
the
shit. Okay.
memories
Shout
alone.
out to Monty Brown. If y'all OGs from TNA, a pounce. And Marina Shafir cuts off all the hype that the fans were getting. Oh, this big plus size woman is going straight for a cannonball senton off the apron. And only 2 women are in the ring right now to focus with their eyes on the prize. No, never mind. Mina Shirakawa does a spot where everybody has to take a splash by a girl that looks like she's below 150.
There's only 4 people in the lobby.
Oh, 2, 1, 2. That means by Battlefield. 1, 2. Oh, this is feeling like WWE 2K14. If y'all remember the chain pinfalls they kept spamming, but a stun knee by Haley Cameron turns into a full package. 2, 3. Oh, thank God! Match is over. Fuck.
Dude, this hit detection is terrible, bro. What the fuck?
So that means Harley Cameron and Widow Nightingale
Where'd he go?
get the picture stipulations for the semifinal. Why not have this match on Dynamite? I'm not the booker. That's
Is
always going to be my excuse for almost anything here.
Is Boogie actually playing Black Ops 7? Am I in the, hold on, I'm gonna look it up. Baby. Am I in the same lobby as Boogie? There's no way. Boogie 2988. That fat fuck. Nah. Does he have a Twitch? Oh, he does have a.
Next up,
No,
the
he's not.
World Tag titles are on the line. It's going to be FTR versus Bandito, and Brody King. Yes, the two looking racists over here are going to be matching up against the tag team champions. Say yeah! We go hard all day, all night. I'm gonna just keep saying the WWE name so you guys can remember them because I know nobody watches the AEW at this point. It's the revival. It's the revival. Fuck the revival.
I remember, yeah, back in the good old days.
Back in the good old days of 2019, where they were tagging with Randy Orton. Yeah. Everybody, I love 2019.
2019.
Yeah, especially you remember the Fiend, bro? Those were
Yeah,
the good days.
yeah. Remember when Bray Wyatt was alive? I remember.
Yeah, R.I.P. But bro, yeah, like some of the shittiest matches I've ever seen.
I swear to God.
2019.
I remember my content was primarily a lot of wrestling. I swear to God, I had to do reviews of SmackDown and Raw, and this when I was a college student. It was SmackDown, and then the next day was Raw, and then SmackDown Live was the night after. So that's 5 hours of wrestling you're watching, and then
Yeah,
it's NXT sycophant.
Oh yeah, I remember Pat McAfee was talking about with Triple H about the situation because they had that thing in Saudi Arabia, but then the next day
Oh God.
And so a lot of the wrestlers left the morning, and it's a long flight, and so NXT had to carry the brand.
Yeah, NXT has to do a lot. Bald guys against FTR. The living legend.
for real, bro.
So we have the AEW Tag Team Championships on the line. FTR is trying to be 2-time World Tag Team Champions. No, I think 3 times at this point. Say yeah!
My stupid internet is getting hacked by the stupid Rams fans.
Oh God!
Can't even watch my game.
The Rams fans next door, John Jay. You gotta give them grace at least for 1 week.
So you want to know something hilarious? Like the broadcast television companies in the Bay Area have also moved to streaming, but it's free. You download an app and you watch their broadcast channels.
I think that's sort of the same for MSG, but only if you have the cable provider.
Ah, shit. Pass interference. Come on, ref, stop breaking the game.
ESPN needs their money, bro.
Somehow they need more money because somehow their profits aren't compensating for how much you're spending.
Really? They need more money? They just gave all these fucking universities like over $7 billion. Like, don't get me started right now. Like, come on.
Shit, I wish I had a paywall. You know how much loans I own?
For real.
Jeez, like it's kind of hilarious. Like their Disney Plus, it's tanking, but they somehow have billions of dollars to give away.
It's like, oh, Disney needs their money, really?
I gotta work on this AK.
Turmoil. Disneyland, Disney World are in financial turmoil. Your merchandise is in financial turmoil, please.
Listen, I have no ill will towards other college programs. I hate Stanford. It's just like my hatred towards the Raiders.
Whoa.
They're an Ivy League West Coast school. We are very rich kids. And Cal is in the East Bay, which is basically the Oakland area. Oakland is not the most luxurious area for those who do their history. And so you have this mentality. I like Cal. It's a 12-minute drive over the bridge or a 12-minute subway ride under the water, which is, if you've never, your first time, it is scary. And so it's a disconnect. So I don't like Stanford.
Got it.
Fucking hate Stanford in these parts. Stanford don't belong in the hood. You're not from the hood if you're from Stanford.
Also, it's like $50,000 a year. So if you do the math,
Fuck?
yes,
Not
it's
every student's there to cure cancer, Connor.
again, Harvard is like, of course, like where real rich kids go. Okay, Stanford is like the closest thing in Southern California. UCLA is like,
Even Northwestern doesn't charge that much, and they're a law school. You know how many big law schools there are?
there you go, throw the ball away, you stupid quarterback.
Well,
Uh-oh.
and
Said,
Penta trying to do the John Morant gun gestures.
Pew, 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 pew.
Ooh,
the
that's
only time
$50,000.
this is the only time Stanford had like kids from like working class areas is when Harbaugh was there. And then they were like, you know what? Harbaugh, go take the 49ers job. We don't want these kids.
You know what, Harbaugh? You can work with these poor people. We love you.
Unfortunately, Harbaugh was like, hey, Niners, don't draft Richard Sherman. He's ace.
He should have been playing wide receiver.
Oh, man.
Over the ropes. Dax Harwood.
I remember
Arm drag. Why is he just getting up doing more arm drags? Just to no-sell and then hit him over with a chop.
when Tyler Lockett, like when podcasts started to become like a big thing for everybody, he was having a conversation and he's like, I remember Richard Sherman always had a outspoken demeanor when he had conversation with Harbaugh. And so you have Harbaugh who has his character, and then you have Richard Sherman who was always outspoken. And it really showed you. And unfortunately, because Harbaugh had his bias, we could have had Richard Sherman on the Niners
a bit earlier.
And no disrespect to Joe Stevens and his stupid team that he roots for up north. We would have been a more dangerous team with him.
Especially in the secondary, because we were known for our pass rush. Oh, the chop got the.
Oh, thank God he dropped the ball. There you go.
I'll be right back.
Newark, New Jersey, so we're YTC nearby. Yes, they're in Newark, New Jersey.
Wow. I thought YTC
Mascadorada versus and Neon versus.
I thought YTC was gonna be here because, well, technically, I was doing a stream for this game, and then I saw you were live, and so I said, you know what, let's just go over here.
Nah, well, it wouldn't surprise me. I know he's probably busy with other stuff. I'm just doing this for fun. Oh, and a body slam.
Oh, we blocked the field goal.
Bandito will scoop slam Brody King.
Anyway, I was going to say something interesting
to his own opponent.
I was going to say something interesting. Oh yeah, YTC he does his Thanksgiving like 12-hour thing. I don't know why. I don't know how he could do 12 hours, but
he does not want to talk to his family. John Jay, do you blame him? I don't want to talk to my family either.
System, but it's kind of true.
No, I'm being honest, John Jay.
I know that's what
I love my family.
That's why it's funny. Like if you really think about it, remember, like jokes are things that are true. It basically like great comedians would always say, jokes are tragedy, time, and develop, like how you develop those jokes. And so the best jokes are the ones that are true.
Facts.
And that's how they are. Anyway, but back to the serious nature. If you have time on Thanksgiving. I am doing the Corey Davis tribute show. Every Thanksgiving will be dedicated to him because around this time is where we lost him. And it makes more sense that, having it on Thanksgiving, basically like he left us like a little over a week after Thanksgiving. His final show, like the final time he streamed, was the day after Thanksgiving. So if you really think about it, it should be like the Friday after Thanksgiving. But I think Thanksgiving is more better because there's a football game going on, and it's like the eve, and then the
That
day.
sounds perfect. I'll see if I can make myself available because
Yeah.
I'm sure I would be staying home.
You don't have to be on the stream as long as you're in the chat, visible.
Well, I don't mind pulling up.
Yeah. So.
All right, Cash Wheeler with the European
I see
uppercut.
Cal has a minute and 5 seconds.
Look forward to that stream, guys. If anybody's available, John Jay will be doing his memorial for a legend that we lost.
All right, so we got a minute and 5 seconds left.
Oh, gory special from Dax Harwood.
Mm-hmm.
And Cash Wheeler's waiting for the tag. He's holding on to the ropes.
Yep.
Bandito is still in pain, but he can't really do anything because he can't even reach his arm. He can't even use his arms to tap out of the gory special.
Oh my God, 70-7. Really, Notre Dame?
What the
Why
hell?
the hell did you schedule Syracuse? You are a much better team. Come on, man.
Syracuse on the ACC.
Oh, he fumbled the fucking football. Shit, this running back has cost us 14 points.
Special. Cash Wheeler and Dax Harwood are cutting off his way to get the tag. What the fuck was this double power slam, double spine buster maneuver? But that took a lot of energy out of Bandito. Brody King going for the tag. Cash Wheeler taking away Brody King by the legs, but Brody King grabs him by the hair. Trading blows with a man like twice your size is not the best option. I learned that the hard way. Poor guy got his jaw knocked out. I'm sorry. Oh, but look at this. Referee didn't notice the tag. Bandito's not the legal man by his perspective, and that means FTR can take advantage and beat down Bandito on their side of the corner. With witnesses everywhere, but the referee has the eyes in the back of his head. Well, they're in the back of somewhere.
So I don't know why you threw the flag, refs. If it's offsetting penalty, just give them the damn touchdown. You guys are so
John
dumb.
Jay, don't mess up the referee's parlay. Oh! Boot to the midsection, going for a vertical suplex. Bandito still feeling like he can go for the tag. Try to grab him by the hair to cut it off, and finally, Brody King's legal. Not with the green card kind of sense. I mean the tag team partner to get into the ring.
So we block the kick.
Yeah.
We had a minute and 5 seconds left, and then the defender punches out the ball, and then it's picked up, and then it's ran in for a touchdown. This is the team I root for. Okay, for anyone who calls me like a bandwagon, I've been rooting for this team since the Jeff Tedford days, which is basically way before everybody's time.
Brody King. Now how sad it is, John Jay, to support Syracuse, not knowing any of the quarterbacks past 2009.
Dude, Syracuse, my gripe with Notre Dame is that you are a top 25 team. Okay? You play versus ACC teams and Big 12 teams. You have over 30 options to make a schedule of 9 premier games. Okay? Of 9 premier games. For whatever the reason. Why do you have non-conference games in near the end of the year? And also, they can play like early in the year, like some SEC teams and some Big 12 teams, and then you have a great quality schedule. Notre Dame is the only school that can write these schedules. It really ticks me off that we're still at a
It's
point.
kind of unfair.
It's still a point where why are all these conferences basically eliminating? Again, don't get me started with college football right now.
And by the way, anybody that say that Syracuse has a who's who of talent, yeah. We had Jim Brown. We had Jim Brown. We have a movie involving Jim Brown. Dwight Freeney, Donovan McNabb. Don McPherson, Art Monk, Super Bowl champion, Marvin Harrison. So don't sleep on Syracuse all because we ask. Just because we find the most unexpected talent. Super kick chop, forearm chop, boot to the knee, a hit over lariat while he's just a knee down. Shit, we even had Sean Tucker. And he killed it with his 2 touchdowns against the Buffalo Bills. They still lost. Oh, what the hell?
Whatever.
Stokely takes the bullet from the tope suicida from Dax Harwood.
Anyway, whatever.
To a
It's
tornado
halftime.
DDT from the apron. What a maneuver. Don't expect a manager to always even... Paul Heyman doesn't even do that for Brock Lesnar. Okay, to be fair, he doesn't really have to.
Oh, someone's backstage.
Say his name and he appears. I don't hear it. He didn't say it.
Is he muted?
All right, I'm here. No, you didn't say my name, though.
Say his name and he appears. Where is my father?
Whoa. Wow.
Hang on, you said we say someone's name and they disappear?
Oh, no. YCC. No,
Oh,
chill.
come on, I was about to use it on Shane Bowen. Come on. You had me all giddy and shit. I was going to use it on Shane Bowen.
Oh, my God. Slingshot powerbomb into a frog splash is tough by FTR.
Had me all giddy and shit.
2 near fall. Ooh.
I already have my Giants defense blue balling me. Now you blue ball me. No Diddy.
Sorry, son. Oh, look, son. The Giants are with the lead against the Packers. What happened?
Once again, the quartet of the blue balls, that's what happened. And ironically, we were blue. So it's fake.
What did you expect? At least you guys can put up first half points. Oh! And gorilla press by Bandito, tossing Cash Wheeler into Dax Harwood.
It's practically 2015 without OBJ again.
Pretty much.
Whatever.
Oh, gosh. I missed 2015 Giants, to be fair.
They almost beat the Panthers.
Almost
beat the Panthers just to lose to our current kicker in IR. Oh, yeah, what's up? Oh, did this. I was supposed to go to this show, actually, but my friend couldn't get the money at the last minute.
Oh, yeah.
This name was here.
New Jersey.
Mm-hmm. Prudential Center. I could have went to the show, but whatever.
It would have been decent. A cage match between Adam Page and Samoa Joe's the main event. So you will be doing your Thanksgiving stream?
Yeah, but I'm probably just gonna put on the website.
It's like, what you want him to do? Speak to family? If I was on your position, I've already done it. Oh, trying to go for the shatter machine.
First things first. One, turkey's overrated. 2, my family's barely around anyways. They're doing their own things. I'm doing my own things. So whatever.
I don't want to make an excuse. I'd rather we just cook dinner here. We chill.
We already know turkey's overrated anyways.
NFL games. Oh, into that slingshot German suplex Bandito likes doing.
I like Hamon better.
Listen, it's my favorite time.
Oh, shatter machine.
Thanksgiving and the day after Thanksgiving. It's
1,
Chinese food.
2, No,
Definitely the day after Thanksgiving, just to save $100.
I don't want to go all the way to Pennsylvania to eat with my family. Judge me all day.
From Christmas all the way to New Year's Day, it's nonstop Chinese food. Listen, this is a joke, because I don't want YouTube to smite us, but there's a joke where, like, you want to know what people who don't celebrate Christmas do? They go to Chinatown, they go to a Chinese restaurant, and they hang out with people who are Jewish, because Jewish people don't celebrate Christmas.
They'll pay the tab.
Mm-hmm.
So the humor, like, again, I did not use the rated R version, because the rated R is a little bit disrespectful, but Jewish people and Chinese people do not celebrate Christmas. Now, Americanized Chinese people do celebrate Christmas, but
1, 2, 3. No, Bandito kicks out with the belt.
No, you're right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just if you're near an Aldi's, it's like catering for like Thanksgiving is like $40.
Hey, listen, I'll say one thing. When for Christmas, it sucks when you're a male. Basically, unless you're a female or a child, you basically got it all out at this rate. That's what it's practically for nowadays for Christmas.
Well, for me, because I have always worked in sports industry and educational industry, Thanksgiving is those great 2 extra days off, and then the weekend. So it's basically like, when you need those days off, it's magical.
That 4 days, yeah.
And then
I got those 4 days off. Luckily, that's how I'm doing the Black Friday game. Yeah, I got a Friday off as well, obviously.
Off of work.
So yeah, thank God.
How can I say this? And then, of course, in the last 2 weeks of December, it's like a mini, like, basically it's like a spring break. It's a 2-week spring break or winter break, whatever the term is that is more acceptable. You need those breaks for a long year of working. And so, if you're a person who works, those weeks are very valuable for you. Now, if you're a person who has to work in those days, yes, it sucks. And so that's how
a crossbody reversal. 2 kick out.
Again, shout out to the American work system, where Monday holidays are a thing. So there are those 3 days off when you need them. Shout out to the summertime, where work, if you do work in the summertime, work is very mellow. Like that month of June is like the easiest week. And of course, you get the holidays. And so I always look, and I don't celebrate holidays. I don't believe in that stuff. I don't celebrate birthdays.
Sure, I only want the holidays for discounts nowadays. That's all I celebrate for.
And so,
no shot. Oh, and a spike pile driver on the ring apron with a tag team partner.
Anyway,
sure.
Here's the point. Christmas, Thanksgiving, at one point in society, was a healthy, important week. But because the 21st century, we have commercialized everything.
Consumerism.
How is it when the day after Halloween, consumer decided, let's do Christmas. 2 months of Christmas, even though Thanksgiving? It used to be like the week of Thanksgiving is when companies started to advertise Christmas, because it used to be like this. Okay, when the New Year happened, they started advertising Valentine's Day. These are how the retailers used to do it. It was Valentine's Day.
Seriously.
After Valentine's Day, okay, they started advertising spring break, like that. But then they used to advertise like clearance. Oh, so President's Day, um, those
2,
holidays.
3.
Anyway, they would advertise like sales for that weekend. Then they started advertising summertime. Basically, and so retailers used to have like a schedule. Their busiest time was September when they started Halloween. Okay, and then they advertised as Halloween got closer, they started advertising Thanksgiving, and then after that. So that's how companies used to do it, but because we have commercialized everything.
And consumerism.
Yeah,
Okay,
now
and,
the
and, and
corporate calendar just short prints everything to. Yeah, this is not going to monetize as much money.
Yeah.
We could just mark down market value and just promote something that people actually care about. Because not
And so-
everybody's going to celebrate Thanksgiving.
and also, unfortunately, because we
When
live in a
FTR won the tag title. Sorry to cut you off.
no worries. The
All right.
point is that because we have commercialized everything and basically we have monetized everything online, people live on social media. And again, this is the same conversation I'm having earlier on TRL's channel. We have commercialized everything that we have forgotten what these things were meant for. Summer used to be meant for vacation, having fun, enjoying. No, now we have to work. Okay.
More.
And then the holidays have been commercialized so much. And again, this is going to come out arrogant on my part, but I am not apologizing. We have forgotten what the point of these holidays are about. It's about rest. It's about being around people, not family, being around people who give a rat's ass. Because we still live in a time where movies that are made for the Thanksgiving season, Christmas season, is an antiquated system that still goes back to the 50s. And when you look at basically, we are now over 75 years past the 50s. Why have we not changed the way holidays are meant for? Because we want to have that resemblance of what Americana, not American, Americana, which is a very fancy word for what traditional things used to stand for.
The
That's
American
why
dream.
The American dream.
that's the reason. No, not the American dream. It's called Americana. The point of this is that why these things are very important. Halloween is not something
We
America's
hurt
created.
people. We hurt people.
Okay, Halloween is not something we created in America. It goes back to ancient civilizations. We forgot what the fucking point of all the, and excuse my language, which really ticks the hell out of me. And again, it's our education system.
My team.
Okay, how did all the Halloween characters come about? Okay, why?
2,000 years old. God damn.
Yeah. Christmas is not an American thing. Basically,
Italy.
So isn't Halloween.
okay. Thanksgiving was created of a necessity during the Civil War, which I'm not going to touch that because that's very controversial. But
Also,
a lot of
and also,
holidays that were created goes back to those times.
also
Let's talk about
Puritans.
Christmas. Do you know a lot of people do not know that Saint Nicholas is the patron saint of thieves?
And that man's Italian too. They think he's a regular.
No. Nicholas was a Turkish person from the Turkish region. Yes, and he was a real person. Over time, societies in winter cultures have adapted certain things. And
We
so
made St. Nicholas black in our culture.
So Saint Nicholas represents countless forms of ancient technology, of ancient civilizations. But
That's all right.
if you really think about this, let's examine Saint Nicholas. John, how is he the patron saint of thieves? What kind of person walks into people's homes, leaves things in there? It's called breaking and entering. Now, he's not stealing nothing, but he's still entering your house.
Yeah.
But then you
We
look
call
at
that
it,
Richard Sherman after a family dispute.
if you look at also this person is entering people's homes and leaving things for people, and so he's the patron saint of gifts. Okay, in
Yeah.
in the Nordic areas, basically Sweden, Denmark, those areas,
And Vikings.
he represents festive parties. So he's a patron saint of parties. That's why Christmas, we all gather together, we open gifts. And so Christmas, because we don't teach this to kids anymore, Nicholas is basically a way how society looks at things. That's why there's a joke when you Google, is Saint Nicholas the patron saint of thieves? You want to know what Google's gonna say? Yes, because it's a real thing. Okay. There was also a a thing that I learned recently, not too long ago, that the gift givings, the socks, why we have that is that there
The
there is
stockings.
there is in some cultures in Europe where Saint Nicholas represents a maker, a builder, and he would put stuff that resembles a stocking or a sock or a bag. What does Santa Claus has? Stockings, socks, a
3,
bag of
2,
things that he puts things
1.
in. So again, I want to like do a history lesson, but again, we have forgotten what these things stands for, and that's the reason why I always say the History Channel used to have great things, not anymore. All they do is about aliens, American pickers, and the pawnbroker show.
Pawn.
What Ricochet? Where's the demand?
So
Yeah, I get what you mean.
yeah,
It's hard to know how much stuff has changed authentically.
Mhm.
Especially when you get older and you feel like now everything has moved to just monetizing,
Mhm.
rushing to
Mhm.
just make the next buck, and people are just
Capitalism
make it
and
look
people trying
like
to get
Christmas than actually feel like Christmas. I
Mhm.
understand things. Oh, but look, Ricochet jumps MVP with a microphone.
Bobby
Another one.
Lashley is on
From the-
AEW. Sheldon
At this,
Benjamin is still wrestling.
He's
yeah,
pushing 50,
you'd be
but he
surprised how
still
many
looks
wrestlers have
better than
wrestled
most.
past their 50s.
He's pushing 50, but he still looks good for his age. And he can
Well,
No, a
still
lot of
wrestle like an old
wrestlers that used
guy.
to wrestle in the Ruthless Aggression era, they wrestle now in current, like in their
well,
50s now.
Lashley's pushing 50, and he can still wrestle better than most guys.
well, if you really think about it, these people don't really need to wrestle as long as they used to, because now there are careers after you retire. Back in
Yep.
the day, the internet again, like
They didn't have unions, but
Triple
now they do.
Triple H wrestled longer than he was supposed to, and he was talking with Pat McAfee. He says, "When I get older, even though I stopped wrestling at a when I get older, I probably am going to finish my life in a wheelchair because I have aching stuff." And Triple H does take certain hormones like human growth hormone
Mhm.
to
Okay.
deal with the pain. Okay?
Also, he had heart
Oh, yeah.
problems. We all know why.
I feel no pain. I can still go at 50. I'm good at this.
That's why a lot of wrestlers drop dead when they're around their 50s, and it's heart related or circulatory because of the
Sabu.
roids they were on.
Look at fucking Sabu. He was still doing a hardcore match, and then he passed like a week later.
Yeah, crazy work from Sabu. Yeah,
Sabu, ECW legend, should not be wrestling pushing 50.
a lot of those wrestlers did that just for like a bunch of $50 gift cards.
Y'all
Stop.
need to be fucking coaches. Don't be Michael Beasley feeling like you still have a purpose in this life.
So that's the point. Like again, wrestling now has evolved that
Mhm.
it has evolved that like now if you want to be a wrestler, it's no longer about like it's no longer about what the old guard used to do. There was a wonderful piece, and again, I know you guys probably don't watch the CNBC channel that talks about business and Wall Street and finances, all that stuff.
Oh,
They-
okay.
They,
That's right.
they did a wonderful piece again, when news does really important stuff, the wrestlers who are entering the business at any level are no longer entering it because they love it and they want to push their bodies to the limit. They come in with a plan. They come in with a plan. And a lot of these wrestlers have backgrounds in
D1, NIL.
in being an athlete. Okay. What's that woman who what's her name?
A lot of them come from the collegiate backgrounds, and yeah.
What's that woman's name?
Collegiate background, some are security guards, actors. Here's the thing.
Also practice squad players from the NFL.
They took away the pageantry and and the charisma away from
female.
Hold on.
Which female are we talking about?
I think it's Bliss.
Rhea Ripley.
Rhea Ripley. No, she didn't go in a collegiate background.
Alexa Bliss, she has a collegiate background.
Yeah, she has a collegiate background. She was a cheerleader and she did
bodybuilding as well.
Yeah. So, but you look at a woman. I am not the tallest, but if I ever stood next to her, I am way tall. Someone that small, if you go back to old wrestling, would not make it.
Mm-hmm.
These wrestlers take care of their bodies. They invest in their bodies. Also, when you're at the top, you don't wrestle. Back when you were at the top, you had to wrestle Monday night and then the pay-per-views. Thursday night for the SmackDown and then pay-per-view.
And then the local events. You got to remember the local events, the house shows.
The house shows, yeah.
And so that's the reason why when you see like CM Punk, like this dude should not be wrestling, but is he wrestling every night? No. But he does wrestle those pay-per-views, which still sucks.
And he's still making money. He's still making like a
he doesn't have the he doesn't have the impressive physique, but he could still wrestle on the antibiotics he's prescribed on him multiple times. He said on this podcast, so yeah.
And the painkillers as well. I'm sure his diet.
I mean, he also admitted to pooping himself during the match because that's what the antibiotics did to him when he took too much.
Don't remind me of that one.
He crapped during a match.
So
I thought he was taking a liquid IV. I didn't know it was antibiotics.
Anyway, so John Cena, who is way past wrestling age, this guy stopped wrestling consistently around 2015, but he's still been around for over a decade. He only fights pay-per-views. While he does that, he does his other ventures, which are indie crappy movies that don't know how they're able to afford paying them. And so you see where it is. So who are wrestling daily? The young guys. And so
NXT.
That's the point that I am saying. Wrestling has changed where you don't need to wrestle. Now, you can be under contract and the top guys. Does Cody Rhodes wrestle every single? No. But
he just cuts a promo.
But he just cuts a promo because his black wife is there. That means he can say it.
Hey, so you see that back where Vince McMahon, when he entered the business, when he took over his dad, the guys who were in their 30s were just entering the game. And by the time they were 40, that's the reason why when you look at wrestling and Vince's father, if you were under 40, you had to pay your dues. And that's the reason why you had like these wrestlers in their 50s and 60s fighting in the 50s, 60s, and 70s.
Mm-hmm. I mean, John Jay, like,
not to mention they were considered independent contractors. They didn't have any unions as well for healthcare.
John Jay, you know what's the craziest part? And I recently went over this in the video. YTC, you probably heard of her before from NXT. You remember Tegan Knox?
Yeah, the multiple ACL tears she went through. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the multiple ACL tears. Stuff didn't work out for her in WWE. So who's another company that you know could pay good enough wages for former WWE superstars?
AEW.
So she had a taping over on Collision to work with the women's tag team division. And because she was going to work a 3-minute match to to try to build some chemistry with the locker room. She thought she deserved more time, even though it was a mid-card match.
So entitlement from all these former
Entitlement.
WWE.
So guess what? You don't want to cooperate and work with workers because, and I'm going to say this as nicely as possible. You're lucky that AEW even called you up.
You can say that for the majority of all these people, and also people for injury prone. Plus, she's injury prone too, so surprisingly, I'm surprised.
Your dangerous work rate wrestling doesn't get over with the fans. You doing a ring apron power bomb, and then
a lot of them don't know how to protect their bodies. So
nobody's buying your T-shirt. No kid wants to be you, and then you get upset that you can't work a 10-minute match with no crowd reaction. Get over yourself. Guess who I'm bringing up? Lita, Trish Stratus, because you guys can't compensate. You guys can't sell me tickets. Nobody knows who you are. That sounds mean, guys, but if you say it over in the grand scheme of things, you keep forgetting I am selling a brand, and you're a professional wrestler, you're a brand. John Cena's a brand I need on Monday Night Raw. Not you. Okay?
I mean, if you wanted a good wrestler, you could pick anyone out the masses.
Main event Jey Uso is not going to sell 50,000 tickets. John Cena versus The Rock showing up is going to sell me 50,000. That sounds mean, but in the grand scheme of things, guys, wrestling is sports entertainment. Vince just said they're more popular.
Keyword entertainment, which also means you have to be charismatic and sell your own product, which is you.
Yeah, this is a circuit show.
It's not enough just to be able to be a good wrestler. Anybody could put up a good match on a consistent basis, but you have to be able to sell a narrative. You still have to be able to tell a reaction, a story with your body, your reactions, your facial expressions, your words. You have to, every facet of your being, you have to tell a story. That's how it always be.
And these are the same people that are saying wrestling was better than it was 20 years ago. Nobody's calling William Regal a bad wrestler.
No, it's the way he was entertaining in his own right with the backstage segments and also the tactic pairings he had.
Jerry was a bad wrestler for you guys. Shelton Benjamin.
And he could wrestle too.
Sure, you can bring up the excuse that we had a who's who, but you're lucky enough that Aleister Black is a cult. Like, we have a bunch of cult following wrestlers nowadays. God damn, Ricochet got uppercutted. And look at Ricochet. Popular guy in the indies, and now he's a who's who in the mid card.
Can't even cut a promo himself.
Can't even cut a promo. All he is known for putting his finger in his butt on the internet because everybody's a plebeian. Everybody's now a deviant now in pro wrestling.
So one of the reasons why Fox did not jump back in with WWE,
they got 900,000 rating. They had 900,000 rating on episode of SmackDown. Fox should save their money.
So no, it had nothing to do with the numbers because Fox has so much money. Okay, they have so much money, and again, wrestling is not what it once was, and so
it's a carny.
I remember.
It's a dying medium for public TV to even waste their money,
and that's the reason why, like, eventually even NXT and SmackDown will join Netflix. Why?
They'll be on NXT will be on Peacock.
Okay, let me explain this. Okay, I was having this conversation earlier in the day. Major League Baseball just made a giant announcement. Okay, they have a 3-year media rights deal. Remember, everyone needs to learn what media rights deals are now.
3, 2,
okay,
1.
Okay, so the All-Star Game will not be on Fox anymore. It will be on Netflix. So for decades, the All-Star Game used to be shown on Fox for free. You want to watch that? Netflix. You want the Home Run Derby? Netflix. Okay. And I'm having this conversation. Okay. NBC will be showing a morning, in the West Coast, a morning called the baseball like kickoff. Okay. And then at night, on Sunday night baseball is leaving ESPN and it is going to NBC. Okay.
Ooh, Irish curse.
There's a channel that I don't think anyone knows unless you're Spanish. It's called TUDN. It's a Spanish
Tune
form. It's a
Tune in?
Spanish form of like ESPN, but they're more centric towards the Mexican Soccer League, South American soccer, European
Liga
soccer.
MX, just say the cartel likes America to win every
Just-
week, please.
Not the cartel.
They-
Oh, you said it.
They have signed a deal to show Tuesday night games and a MLB red zone for the 7 Eastern games, like a red zone, but for MLB version. But it's going to be in
Ooh.
Spanish. So,
It's funny.
yeah.
All right.
And
Here comes Mark Davis. Mark Davis looks like he belongs in NXT UK. Why does he look
Okay.
like?
And then, last but not least, local games will be broadcast on not every team, because every team has like their local sports cable channel, but a lot of games are going to be put on broadcast on Friday nights for your local affiliate that carries sports. Okay. Major League Baseball is starting to realize that 2030 number is no longer a joke. It's around the corner. Okay, MLS just made the biggest announcement that some people are saying it's a 50-50 win. They are done with Apple. They're eliminating the MLS pass. But if you join Peacock and you join Apple, you get MLS games for free, but you need to sign up for that service.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Pile
Yeah.
driver on Orange Cassidy.
And so that's the reason why I think that after the World Cup, MLS is changing the schedule. They have to raise the salary cap. It's time to stop with this stupid salary cap and let teams pay. If they want to bankrupt themselves, let them do it. Okay?
You
It's
need to
time
spend
for
money to make money. You said plus 10 million, right? For the
Yeah.
salary cap to go up, because the bar needs to go up.
Yeah.
Pressure needs to be on the owners. Pressure needs to be on the franchise if they're trying to grow their brand. Because guess what? Messi will retire.
Yeah.
Thomas Muller will retire. Your brand, nobody knows your teams.
Listen,
Nobody knows your teams in the MLS.
Listen, I like Lionel
Give it a
Messi. I will say probably that the hot take of soccer, Ronaldo, I still have as over him, even though he does not have a World Cup.
Whoa.
Okay,
You know what? Continue your point, John Jay. My apologies.
it's okay. You can
It's a
disagree.
respectful disagreement.
Respectfully disagree, but go ahead.
Muller, screw him. I don't know why Vancouver did that. That was the most dumbest thing.
Oh, he's killing it though.
Messi should retire after the World Cup. No, he signed a 2-year extension. Stupid idea. But that guy from Tottenham, the Korean international, he's still in his prime.
Son.
That dude's still in his prime. He's only 33 now. Yes, 33 in soccer is like retirement age, but do not sign these players over 35. Fuck that idea. It does not work. Okay? It does not work. When the Galaxy signed that dude from Dortmund, who was only 33 years old, that also makes sense. Okay? So Don Garber has a good point. If these young South American guys who would usually go to Europe does a stepping stone, and we get to see what these young guys can produce at a very young age, and then they can go to Europe. I love that model. Okay?
But John Jay, you need to give them a financial incentive. That's the problem. Because Endrick was 60 million was for that kid.
Well, number one, he's not going to be in the radar, because those guys, when they're 15, 16, the European crowd are already like poaching them. What I'm saying is that these mid-card guys who can have like luxurious careers with good money in South America, they can use MLS. Because I'm going to say this. While MLS sucks, depending on the talent that's on there, the viability that we have done, and the only thing I'm going to say something nice about Eric Ronaldo, who I think is a piece of trash, we have really helped the young South American stars who are overlooked come over here and get great deals when they go to Europe. One good example was there was a player in Philadelphia, a young Argentina player who came out of River Plate, which is one of the top teams in Argentina. For 2.5 seasons, he knocked in 51 goals in just under 100 appearances. MLS really found someone who was a young goal scorer, and the Netherlands was like, dude, if he's doing that in MLS and he comes with better competition over here, what he's able to do. And so that's what we have to do. We take these 21 to 24-year-olds, they play here, and then we sell them off, okay? And allow MLS to use the money that they get from Europe and sign players. Okay, they should do the salary cap if they're going to keep that nonsense. But say they get like 30 million in transfer fees, that's 30 million that they could spend.
And another agreement, they need to push alignments with campuses or at academies, because a kid from like certain kids are not going to get the notable scouting like they're going to get because of the FIFA academy system that's put up on like UEFA and stuff, where like FIFA compensates your academy, pays for utilities, stadiums, while like MLS, they're still going over the collegiate system to build over foundational talent, and they have a very poor academy system where you're practically an Ivy League soccer. You're not getting the high level training with high level students.
Well, I've always disagreed with that dumb notion that collegiate soccer is like where you basically suck, because
Japan, they go collegiate soccer too.
Yeah, so here's the problem. Because we created ML.
Oh, and Shelton Benjamin with that knee. Spine buster by Lashley. Ooh, sorry about that.
Anyway, back to my point. Okay, back to my point. Since MLS has created MLS Next, these basically U17, 15, 13, 10, yada yada, and then MLS Next Pro. Okay. Again, I cannot believe I am agreeing with Eric Winalda. You have your standouts, just like in any sports. You have the standouts who are really, really good, and they get sold off from MLS Next Pro, which are basically under 21 players who are really good enough, and then they go to like Division II leagues in Europe, or they go to like low-level teams that barely survive relegation, and they play in those top leagues. So it works.
Ooh.
The European system values these kids. But what about the rest of these other kids who basically are like, you know what? After you're 21, you're done with the academy system. Okay? Where do they go? They go to the USL champions. A demotion. While in the MLS Next, there should be a pipeline. So the U17, you know what? The good players, we'll put them in the Next Pro. You leftovers, we will pay for your college because you guys are still good enough because you were in the MLS Next system. And we stop importing international players to play in our college system. That's one thing.
Retired international players.
Yeah, we need to stop doing that. And now Eric Winalda is a piece of shit, and I will never like it because the stuff he always says. I just saw his recent video. You got to apologize to me because I was right. I know the condescension of this moron. Now, I want to know what he's going to say now that the calendar, because he was bitching and moaning 6 months ago. We got it aligned with the calendar. Well, we did what you did, moron. But are you going to criticize that thing too? My bad. Okay? We're doing everything, and MLS is learning. We're learning. But guess what? Here's a fucking fact. Again, excuse my language. You tell a child that's in elementary school, middle school, what
Oh,
sport do you
Ricochet won, by the way. He wins the gauntlet. He's the new
Perfect.
national champion.
Anyway, you ask a kid, elementary and middle school, you ask a kid, what sport do you want to do? Basketball. Not football, even though football is very popular. Basketball. All right, what's the second sport you want to do? Baseball. Even though baseball is falling from number one. What's the third sport you want to do? I want to do American football. What's the fourth sport you want to do? Hockey. And then what's the fifth sport that you want to do? Soccer's not there.
Lacrosse.
Okay?
Professional wrestling.
No, you want to do lacrosse. This little
Okay.
shit's going to do lacrosse.
No, plot twist handball. They want to do or pickleball nonstop.
They'll do cricket before they do soccer or John Jay.
So
I guess they'll do bowling nonstop.
So here's the thing that all these soccer pundits on YouTube and on podcasts and these former players who have a bit of entitlement, like Eric Ronaldo, you have to, at a young age, basically materialize soccer. And instead of telling the kids, hey, that kid is really good at soccer. I know this guy who runs this organization. It will cost you $1,000, but he will be on a good team with other good players. That system has to end in America. Okay? I agree with everyone, even the pundits and the losers on our podcast. Imagine if they said, oh, when we were kids, if you want to play sports, your parents have to pay $1,000. We would not be doing what we're doing on YouTube right now. Wrestling, American sports. No, we probably would have been doing boring stuff, not on YouTube. Our lives would have been very different. But because all sports in America are free, and in basketball, the AAU system, which is becoming more popular, but there's still other ways to play basketball for free. There's other ways to play baseball for free. Here where I live, the San Francisco Giants and the Golden State Warriors have a free basketball It's called the Junior Warriors. And every kid can play, even if you're a trashy, sucky kid. In the Junior Giants, you put your kid to play baseball, they get free tickets, they get free stuff. And so and if you're I get free stuff and I get to go to a Giants game, whoa. Soccer needs to do that. Very simple. Create a system. For example, the San Jose Earthquakes. Let's create the Junior Earthquakes. Free program.
So they're basically out of touch with the community is what I'm getting.
Yeah. Soccer is a rich person's sport. Okay.
And it used to be not like that. Like anybody, you can go to an academy from like your local area and play soccer, like in England. While I feel like the most privileged sport we can play, basketball in the United States, incredibly more upperclassmen and like nepotism. Like if you're looking at the basketball level, even at the NBA level, most of like the talents. Hell, you can even look at this next year's draft. Who's the primary prospects? Cameron Boozer. Europe. Yeah, Carlos Boozer's son is going to be a lottery pick in this year's draft. And that's probably going to be, Derrick Rose's kid is probably in a couple of years when he grows up. We'll probably see as a lottery pick. And just the requirements, you think the high school level is going to compensate your scouting regimen? No, it's not. It's going to be possibly you doing AAU, you traveling up, doing training.
I'm fortunate to play basketball every day.
Go to the JUCO. And you probably have to go to practice facilities, training camps, mini tournaments.
Yep. I've been fortunate to play basketball for 5 days a week, I guess.
That's soccer, they'll loan you, they'll train you. You're able to go out and probably get minutes in different parts of the world.
I know. And so, like, these MLS teams and MLS have to create outreach where you basically incentivize a child. I played baseball not because there were these programs. I played baseball because I was good. I'm going to brag. I was good. Now, I was never Major League Baseball or minor league baseball good, but
Kyle O'Reilly's starting already.
I was good enough that me and several highly talented high schoolers from across San Francisco and the Bay Area and some junior college players, we came together and we created a traveling adult league, which at the time was like a thing. And so these sponsors, for example, Red Bull and Monster, there are these companies that would sponsor you and you would get some money. Yes, it didn't make us rich, you know. And so just like arena football, those guys aren't good enough in the NFL. They're not even good to be in the practice squad. They're not even good enough to be on the new USFL or whatever it's called.
USL. Is it still called the USL? They rebranded it.
No, I think it's UFL, but regardless, you get the point.
They're not good enough for Canadian football, and so arena football.
Not even rugby.
Yeah. So the point is that they're still talented, and so the arena football route, and one great example, Kirk Warner, you can still find, and so we were like doing arena baseball, but we were like before all these like minor leagues and these like little traveling leagues, and now like all these things for like horrible minor league baseball players. Like it was a thing. San Francisco is a baseball town now because the demographics.
We're also a baseball town.
Because how can I say this? Because the demographics have changed in San Francisco. San Francisco is not longer a amateur or youth amateur sports town anymore. It's not. Because the tech peoples, and again, this is going to sound messed up, but it's true. Tech people in general are not the most athletic people on the planet. There are some people who are in tech who they do sports for hobby. So they're kind of, but they're not like that blue collar, like working class person who was really, really good, but unfortunately, and so things like that. And so when it comes to soccer, it's time to create pilot programs.
It's awesome.
Okay. And so we cannot forget. And again, high schools have the infrastructure. They have soccer fields. They have football fields. They have the infrastructure. They have the money. They can hire coaches. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Hire me. I love screaming at kids.
College, they have the infrastructure. All these academies that they're building up, they use facilities they take from these communities that used to be for them. Okay, so I'm so glad David Beckham, when he came to America and he helped promote the game. I think David Beckham has been the biggest reason why soccer has stagnated, because he says in England we have the academy system. Well, how long have the British been playing soccer?
They've been playing since the Industrial Revolution, I think.
Yeah, and
these clubs have been constructed
since the child labor days.
The English government doesn't instill the academy culture. FIFA does.
Yeah,
since the child labor, but yeah, they've been playing that long.
It has nothing to do with British. Germany can do it because of UEFA.
My father drives a Rolls Royce. I had to do this snobbish thing, but yeah, I get it.
And then Crazy Juice brought up a great point. England has one World Cup.
Oh, okay. And Moxley's already stabbing him, bro. Moxley already. YTC, that's right.
England. So they're basically the
At least in our schools, John Jay, our children are in shooting practice.
So they're the modern Cowboys, basically.
Listen to this stat. The United States have only, since the early 90s, have been playing soccer, and we're still learning how to make a league successful. The British have one World Cup. We are one World Cup behind them. Imagine hypothetically, we win the World Cup.
Oh, that's embarrassing.
And we tied with England, and England, they've been playing soccer a very long time.
hundreds of years, yeah. Now.
Look at
Oh,
Argentina.
and
And
Spain.
their league is worse than ours, John Jay.
Oh yeah, Spain. I mean, Spain won in 2010, so
Oh.
it could be done.
Check this out. Spain has been playing soccer since the 30s, since the 1930s. Okay.
Uh-huh.
It wasn't until 2010 where they won the World Cup. Imagine we win the World Cup. It's hilarious. It is extremely, extremely hilarious.
And look at Brazil, and they don't even make as much money as the Premier League.
Okay. And so understanding the reality is that people think, and again, one last point for Eric Winalda, and after that, it's back to the hate. That dude's a moron. These British coaches who fail in England, say they fail in the Premier League, they fail in the second division, and they fell, and they're like, you know what, we don't want to be unpaid coaches, so we're going to come to the MLS. You want to know something hilarious?
Wayne Rooney, you sucked as head coach for the.
You want to know something hilarious? Charlotte FC's coach has a 33 win percentage in the Premier League and in the second division in England. In America, he has a 40 win percentage in the MLS. He sucks. Okay.
Yeah.
The Portland coach is also British. When he was coaching the U23 women, he had a 25% winning percentage with the British women. And then the second division, he had a 30 win percentage. In MLS, he has a 40 win percentage. He sucks.
You know what? Thank God for Pep Guardiola.
Okay.
Because you guys you guys are glazing the Premier League so much. It's an English league, the best league. It's the best financial league. I get it. Your best player is a Norwegian striker. Your best coach is Spanish.
Okay. And I know Crazy Juice is going to murder me if he's in the chat.
LA Galaxy.
Your second best player of all time is Egyptian.
Okay. Let me say this. Steve Cherundolo, if you're old enough, was one of the men's national team great defenders. He played his entire career in the third division of Germany and the second division in Germany. He did not make a lucrative career. Okay. Steve Cherundolo. Wow. He was American. He was born in America.
Grabbing Kyle O'Reilly's titty.
Okay. Bob Bradley, who I still think is the best coach we've had, it's just that at the time, people were like, "Oh man, you're like, losing to Mexico, is a failure." Well, we were not really good yet.
We lost to fucking Trinidad in the qualifiers back in the 2018 World Cup qualifiers, man. You don't know pain.
Okay. So the point of the matter is that Bob Bradley was successful. He was very successful. He honed a lot of MLS talent. Because of Bob Bradley, because they were the MLS system, they transitioned to Europe. Some of them played in small domestic leagues, which I think was really, really good. Okay. Right now, we're rushing these kids. We're rushing these kids. We just beat Uruguay 5-1 last week. Berhalter, his son, okay, Sebastian, is going to be a really good player in the World Cup for our team. Diego Luna, I've already talked about him. Freeman, really, really good. I'm missing some players. Alex Freeze, really, really good players. You want to know something hilarious? I was a Gio hater. But under Pochettino, Reina is playing great soccer. And so maybe the coach didn't know how to coach him. And so Reina had an interview after the Paraguay game, and he said this.
On the steel steps.
Yeah. My previous coach, who I have so much respect for, he gave me the opportunity to be on this team when I was very, very young. But my current coach wants me to earn it. He wants me to earn it. And I want to earn it myself. So what has Pochettino done? He has basically said, MLS is the best league in the world. If you're the American player and we're playing in Champions League. Let me show you, Pochettino. And the American players are playing much better. They're playing much better. Balogun, who I do not like, because again, and again, this is going to be a little bit stereotypical. You were born in England to a mother who was born in America, but she's also British. And because of the FIFA rule, you're taking an American spot. But under Pochettino, you have scored 5 goals. And you're now playing better in Monaco. Coaching matters, even in soccer. And so I hope Pochettino returns and continues to build the program and do what Bob Bradley did. All right, I'm bringing in these MLS guys. They're going to go through the traditional 4-year cycle, and then after World Cup, then they can go to Europe because they're getting their opportunities. We need a coach to do that. Okay? Yes.
Oh, trying to go for a cutter, trying to go for that neck breaker, and Kyle O'Reilly goes for an ankle lock.
Yeah.
Two.
So
He's still employed. I know he's not.
yeah. So
He was injured for like a while.
So yeah, MLS is not the best league in the world. Pochettino, I know what he's doing, but Pochettino finally had to like blast the media. He's like, "What are you talking about? Who are the regular players? Who are these great players that you guys are talking about?" Okay, Pochettino is not glazing Pulisic. He's not. Okay, he's not.
He's a very good player, but he obviously wants to make sure everybody's useful on his team.
Okay. Now, Pochettino also said something interesting. What if Pulisic gets hurt in May and he's going to miss the entire summer? What if Balogun gets hurt and miss the entire summer? What if Serginho Dest gets hurt? What if all these international players and these American players get hurt? MLS is right there, you stupid morons. This is the thing that really pisses the fuck out of me, excuse my language, of these podcasters. Oh, the German players play in because Germany's in Europe, you moron. Oh, the Spanish players, they play because Spain is in Europe. Oh, the Premier League players, the majority of the English team that's in the Premier League and then the rest, that is understandable. Ronaldo was in Europe and he played a lot of Europe. Well, because Portugal is in Europe and the continent of Europe is there.
It's next to Spain, too. He wasn't really missing.
There are good players in Europe who play in Europe. Wow, I did not know that. Oh, but the South Americans, the South Americans, and again, this is my bias. If it wasn't for the South American continent, Europe would not have these prestige players.
Facts. No Messi, no Luis Suarez, no.
Yeah. And so a lot of people forget. And if you ask a authentic South American soccer fan, they will glaze over the Copa Libertadores and the Brazilian League. They will glaze that. Okay? Pele, Pele, who, rest in peace, he passed away 3 years ago. He got to play in that Copa Libertadores many times. And he never got to play in the championship because he chose to stay there. Other people say that, he was forced to be there, that they signed him to a long-term, lifelong contract, etc.
Hell, he can't even win the Ballon d'Or, even though he was like he was a World Cup winner like 3 times.
And so Pele, who played in the Copa Libertadores, explained it is madness. It's madness environment.
Now Moxley's bleeding.
Damn it. So South Americans, say no disrespect to the Champions League, but you guys copied us.
Oh,
Okay. And so you look at great soccer players that have come out of Europe. I mean, that came out of South America. The majority of the great players, like Diego Maradona, besides all of his off the field antics, the Italians paid that dude a lot of money to play in Series A.
I love snow.
Okay. So it really shows you how South American players are still, and you talked about it about a little while ago. John Jay, that kid Endrick was given a lot of money. Yeah. Because these European clubs know how important South America is. Okay.
That's
The
the
best.
Val. Who else? There's a lot of young talent.
Also, the best MLS South American player, the all around, the guy who can play defense, can play midfield, and can score. His name is Evander. Former Portland Timber. Now he's on Cincinnati. He averages, when you look at his numbers, he averages about 12 goals a year and 12 assists a year. He played in Europe for the
Is
Danish.
Moxley choking? He's choking him with a shirt.
Damn it. And so,
1, 2.
and so Evander, who was in the Danish league, and I think it was also at another one of those Scandinavian leagues, playing in Europe. He
Probably
has
the Norwegian league or the Swedish league.
he has Europa experience. So
He's stabbing him with a pen to break the sleeper hole. I'm sorry, John Jay. It's still a wrestling stream.
No worries.
Don't get me wrong. I enjoy the education I'm getting out of your takes.
I know I'm ruining your stream, but I just have to. So Endrick, I think, and guess how old he is? He's 27.
Endrick? No, he's like 19. He's young.
No, I'm talking about Evander, the guy.
Evander. Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's 27, soon to be 28. That's what we need to do. We need to cultivate these guys and develop them and have them again, because they're talented, they're really, really good. And so at the end of the day, this is my thoughts, my opinion. If we're able to get players like Evander, young, hungry, in Europe, not in the big leagues, but in quality European leagues with intercontinental cup competition in UEFA, let's get these guys. Almiron returned when he was 29 from Newcastle.
Miguel the Paraguayan forward. I remember him from Atlanta United, right?
Yeah.
Oh God, he's still playing? I thought he was in Newcastle.
Yeah, he was in Newcastle. Basically, he played in the Paraguayan league, came to Atlanta, helped win a title, go to Newcastle, and now he has returned. Let's cultivate these guys, okay? And then let's add our guys. Let's add our guys to make a quality player pool of top quality players and have the product show itself. But we tell these guys, MLS is just a stepping stone. If you want a lucrative career with sponsorships, 20 years ago, you would go to Liga MX because
La Liga.
European clubs
And Liga MX, yeah.
European clubs.
Shout out to Pumas.
European clubs weren't looking at our guys. And so that's the point that I'm trying to say is that MLS can be successful. There's many types of things. And so from the player development.
Joe Moxley taps.
Damn it.
Sorry, Johnny.
Anyway, from player development to player exposure to our developmental system, not just in the academies, but in the traditional high school and college. Okay? Say you have like 18, 19-year-olds in MLS Next Pro, and they're not moving quicker. Hey, we'll pay for your college education. And if soccer isn't for you, you can be part of our growth development. Just like what happened to me. I was good, but so I'm taking my knowledge and I'm passing on to the next baseball players, the next basketball, next football players, soccer players, and other sports.
Yeah.
We need pipelines. We need American coaches. No disrespect to some coaches that failed in Spain and France and Europe and South America, and then the very few Americans who basically were former bench players, just like both coaches are former bench players.
And also former quarterbacks that couldn't make it, like enough quarterbacks like Davis Webb were coordinators now.
Okay. So
Seriously.
creating that pipeline is basically youth, and of course, like players who fell in MLS, who are like, all right, I failed. Hey, why don't you coach? Why don't you? And then last but not least, no more pay to play system. And I think we will do really well. So
I believe so. I feel
I'm
like that would
done
be
with
the
my
best.
long 30-minute rant.
Oh, Moxley. Oh, and he's jumping O'Reilly right after the match.
I'm sorry I ruined your stream.
No, John Jay. It is
I'm
the
just-
right point, though.
I was just texting my friend while hearing you, but yeah, I had to get some money that he sent me.
You tapped out. And you
No,
tapped
because he
out.
borrowed some money from me, so and I got it back in
Echoing
time for
around
Black
your
Friday. I needed for that deposit by next Friday, so once they fully go on.
Oh my gosh, NFL news.
Oh, please don't be an injury update.
Shanahan
Uh-oh.
Shanahan admits that the Ayuk situation is unusual.
Oh,
He also says it's understandable, and whatever Ayuk wants to do in the future, if it's with the Niners or he's gone. Like every credible, like screw Grant Cohen, every credible source has said, when you take away his 5th-year option and you take away his contract for next year,
it's the writing's on the wall.
and
That's what you're saying.
and Ayuk's contract basically ends if he's basically still on the team. His 2027 will be his first time he'll be making $20 million. But I do think that because it's void, there's reports that a release will happen once he is healthy. Basically, once he's able to pass.
Once he's medically cleared, technically,
Well,
yeah.
I personally think this is what's going to happen. When the season's over, if he is healthy, they're going to release him around the combine, probably between the combine and free agency. They're going to release him there, and then the worst teams will, of course, how waiver works. And so the Giants are going to be up there. I know you guys have neighbors, smart idea. Give Dart another weapon.
That's my neighbor right there. That's a real neighbor. He's one of the good ones.
How many matches are here?
I think we've done 4 so far. There should be around like 8. So we have like Chris Statlander, Mercedes Monet hasn't started. The main event's the World Championship, of course. Then like a trios title for whoever wins $1 million. What are they still doing that Young Bucks are broke shit? With like Kenny Omega and the Jurassic Express and a trios championship. No, this is tailgate. This was kickoff. Okada's kickoff. Wow. Keith Lee was in the card?
Bask in the gluttony.
Bask in my gluttony. Because I am Keith Lee. What do you mean you remember I'm still employed? Remember when I beat Randy Orton on pay-per-view? Keith Lee. I love being in catering. I'm irrelevant. I love being irrelevant.
No, I had to go.
Got a title shot for beating MJF.
So I gotta put down. Yeah, I gotta put 100 in for that PlayStation. So yeah.
Only
No,
thing
it's
I'm
for
bothered-
deposit. No, it's for deposit because it's gonna cover up the whole 426 for the PlayStation that's on discount for Black Friday.
YTC, by the way, if you
Instead
ever
of-
see the markdown price, remember the PlayStation 5 is $50 off. It's not 100.
No, I got it off 100. It was 526, but now the one I saw on Walmart and Amazon, they're around the 426 mark.
It should have been 326. This is half a decade of a markdown, but because of inflation, you guys
Yeah,
want to
because
mark
of
it down.
the tariffs. Yeah, because of the whole economical tariffs. Yeah, instead of the 300, it's
That's
400.
the reason why you're paying $50. Well, now you're paying $100 less. But like
So
any
there's
other
a-
person off a retailer,
there's a common misconception about tariffs. Okay. Common misconception about tariffs. Okay. We have brought in $21 trillion on tariffs. Okay. The question is, who or what are we going to spend the money on? Okay.
or
Okay.
Overseas, definitely not in our infrastructure. I'll tell you that much.
war
No.
conflicts that we're not involved
No.
in.
No, you're not listening. Okay. You like, don't be sucked into, and again, I can't believe it, mainstream media is bullshit. Okay. Did you hear what I said? The United States has $21 trillion in our reserves. Not in Mexico, not in Canada, not in the rest of the world, in the United States. Here's the question. Where is that money being spent? It's not in the world. It's not in Mexico. It's in the United States. So that money has to be reinvested back into the economy. Unfortunately, the way tariffs are going to be invested is not going to be in any sector, not the public or private sector. Where is the money going? Okay. We have $39 trillion in debt. Say you pay that. We still have $19 trillion in debt. So how the hell do you pay off where eventually America is going to basically what's known as default economics? So the dude in Washington, D.C. says, we're going to give dividends. What the fuck is a dividend? It's not a check. It's a quarterly report of how we are making money. For the past 8 months, a $2,000 dividend has been floating over the American people. A lot of people need that money. But now it has been reported that that money won't be available until summer of 2026. What the hell is happening in 2026?
The World Cup.
Yes. So
World Cup.
guess how much billions of dollars are entering the United States to watch soccer games? $300 billion. Okay.
More than the Super Bowl guys.
Yeah. So here's the point.
Hmm?
America has a GDP of $125 trillion. But we have all this debt. Tariffs help. But in the short term, it's good. But the long term is that other countries stop buying things for us. So what are we going to do with that money? They're not going to pay back our debts. They're not going to give it to the people. They're going to recirculate it. And they're going to let governments decide what the fuck to do with that money. Okay? And so this is the thing about lies that people hear on television and what people tell us. Tariffs are good, but just like every economist says, imagine you drink an energy drink. You have that boost, but then several hours later, you crash out. Tariffs give you the boost, but then we crash out at the end. And so
it's a short fix for a long drawback in your energy.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why we're hearing a lot of stupid things. But how do you pay back all this debt? Americans have to go back to work. Unfortunately, America won't solve that problem because apparently now there is a new economic system that is pissing the fuck out of me again. Excuse my fucking language. Okay, I'm getting really sick and tired. AI is really starting to take away in-person work. And so I don't know of anyone who lives in New York. I don't. But there was a guy called Andrew Yang who was running for mayor, I think, over 4 years ago. And he was running on the platform. If you are an able-bodied worker and you're making less than $70,000 a year in the United States, let's focus here locally. Let's create a pilot program where we give a dividend of 12 dividend checks of $12,000 a year or $1,000 a month. That money is given. People can use it.
Getting involved.
Okay, so say you're unemployed and you can't find work. That dividend check is helpful. $12,000 won't save you, but it will give you a peace of mind once a month to have $1,000 in your bank account. It's time for America to understand that unemployment is going to be a huge factor, and it's time for us to create unemployment dividend fund. How do we pay for that? Like Andrew Yang said, we take a budget that we get from taxes and we create a fund and we give people the funds that they need. And you get to use however you want it. So if you want to waste it all on video games or a television or a car, up to you. The taxes of those dividends will go back into circulation. Because every dollar that we spend, a tax goes into a general fund. But governments don't know how to spend general funds. That's why poor people stay poor in America. Okay?
Or know how to spend it properly.
Which is also another problem. We've never educated people how to waste money. Okay? There's three things people should have money for. 1, place to live. 2, food. 3, clothes. We need clothes to stay warm. We need a roof over our head, and we need food. We can sacrifice all the luxuries. And so that's the reason why in San Jose, they've created a pilot program, which they hope is successful, that they can share it with the rest of the nation, is that they're taking 1-bedroom buildings, like 1 bedroom. It's basically like a small little room, like a dorm, like a college dorm, and creating
studio apartment.
Creating these little dorms, these little housing dorms that have a bathroom and a sink and the bed. Okay, and you put people in there for short-term rental, so 6 months for people to have a place to live, have a place to basically go home to, and they better their lives. The problem is like every program that you try to create, people will abuse the system.
Yeah.
And so you have to basically say, you want to be part of this program? You don't want to live on the street? Oh, you just got kicked out of your house because you couldn't pay your rent? You need to go to school, which is a mandatory. Go to school. Get a trade degree or get something that is beneficial to get you a job. 2, find temp work and seasonal work. Last but not least, fix your situation. The problem is, in America, we have incentivized government assistance that people basically like, hey, the government will help me. And so that's why people stay poor. People will say, you know what, I'll take the easy route. Give me my $8,400 a year, my free food card.
I thought Get On Kid just joined. I'm sorry.
So that's the thing. And again, I'm not afraid to talk about controversial topics. Kenny used to do that show, which they would always bash, certain current events, which I think you show your views. Okay. I do the best to always show my views in a respectful manner. Okay. And so that's the difference.
John Jay.
Yep.
Want to try to pivot a tiny bit off of the social political cues for a second?
I will say I do like the $1,000 plan that you were talking about.
To see the match.
That 12-month dividend thing you were talking about, yeah, it's starting to click in. That idea.
Sorry, continue.
Yeah, yeah, that $1,000 a month 12-month dividend thing with unemployment. Yeah.
Well, it's starting to kick in.
Mm-hmm.
No, not like in the law. No, the idea of it, not the actual law, but the idea.
You want to know? You want to know who does that? Sweden.
Oh, that makes sense. So the number one education system, no, number two actually, I think. What have been next to Finland or something? But still, you get the point. Jesus.
Remember, listen, ghetto kid. If he has the resources to go to Sweden, live there. Live there.
Sorry, ghetto kid. If I missed bringing you
it's actually Finland with the number one education.
I didn't get to see you.
But yeah.
I guess because we tried that already.
Hey, that's good. That means we have a floor to fall on, at least $1,000. Yeah, especially if you live with people, that's going to cover a lot, I guess. Mm-hmm. So yeah.
If even people even use it on utility, because remember the stimulus check.
Mm-hmm.
And people were just using that for fuck all, especially with the PPP loan.
Mm-hmm. Well, there was also abuses with that because the problem is that
I think
too many defaulting.
We try to expect more over the American people. They'll just try to take advantage and use that because
and just default on it and
send free money, and there's no ability to earn it. And depending on the circumstance, why would I have so much bullshit going on?
Yeah, they'll just default on it or put it on the back burner. So yeah.
Also,
even though it's really an idea.
Also, when you work a real job that you make a salary, you make way more when you have a salary than if you work hourly, part-time, or even use services for the resources that you're entitled to. Okay. So many people, plus also so many people are in debt already, even if they have like quality salaries.
Yeah.
You know?
Like that's already going to their student loan, their mortgage, their car note that is going to be beyond what they paid for the fucking car. You're practically paying for 2 mortgages off a vehicle. Hell, you're even seeing that off the dealerships right now. Look at the dealerships, John Jay. Who's buying on a car right now in Big 2025 for a dealership? They will run that shit. They'll run their Honda into the fucking ground before they go over to a dealer and take the mileage of a 35,000 mileage vehicle and burn them financially with the insurance.
Sure, I'll still take the bucket if it still lasts longer.
I will take my rust bucket to the ground. I'll take my pussy wagon to the ground before I get a new car. I'm sorry.
Wow, that was very detailed.
I have
longevity better than flashiness anyway.
If I was
it works, it works.
Vehicles, I will take that 09 Highlander that's stuck in the driveway, fix it myself, so I have something to drive.
So
I'm not that big of a vehicle person. Well, I'm not even that much of a brag of a vehicle person.
So
if I can get a good enough engine and get everything working, why the fuck do I need to go to a dealership?
You don't want to be a Toyota level common.
So here's something interesting. There was a documentary about Sweden's economic system. Okay, I saw it. I learned a lot from it. They tax their poor people a lot of money. They do. It's a flawed system in America. Like, if you're poor already and you're being overtaxed, no. But here's what they don't tell you. If you have high earning salaries, you are taxed very little. And so why do they tax the poor people, the people who are paycheck to paycheck, hardworking? Because they benefit in a system. So corporations in Sweden are very different than corporations in America. Corporations pay 75% of their of their their net profit. So say a corporation makes $1 billion. They make $1 billion. They pay $750 million.
Ooh, what an uppercut.
Yeah, uppercut. To a general allocation fund that is monitored, and I think they still have like a royal family that monitor a board of general fund. The politicians, the leaders, and not even.
Oh, god damn.
Okay, and so. And then you look at all the other corporations, all that stuff, and then big businesses that are not billion-dollar corporation. They pay a general fund, and then the money that they make profit, they invest in their workers. And so, say you're a low-level employee at a corporation. Say you're making like 50,000 Swedish dollars. You're highly taxed. But what they don't tell you is that those tax dollars pay for your house, pay for your car, pay for your roads, pay for universities. Everything is free, and their health care is free. Everything. But because you're contributing your salary, you're basically saying, hey, I am working to get free stuff. Also, if you have multiple children, you get $1,000 per kid. And so, so basically, it's a traditional economic system that was created known as merchant type of system. I can't pronounce the name of it.
Shoot, I might have to help the lucky.
You provide your labor. You provide your labor that benefits the country, and the country will benefit you what you deserve. And I think we need to go back in America with that system. We are given the field that we're really good at. So say you're a computer wizard. You will provide computer service, and the state will take care of your economic
Power bomb. Damn, Liger bomb. 1, 2.
Your economic, lifestyle. And so they met a garbage trash man who, the interviewer, rode with, picking up trash. He makes 200,000 Swedish dollars because he picks up trash, and it's a very noble profession. Their garbage trucks are squeaky clean. Their uniforms are like professional, business people. He looks tailor-made. Because he is in a higher tax bracket, he is not guaranteed free service because he's already making a lot of money. But he says that if he was working at the desk, at the people who assign work, that person is given benefits from the state. And so America needs to go back to our fathers and grandfathers' generation, a public-private partnership. Mandatory unions when you work. If you're in a public sector job, mandatory unions, mandatory healthcare, mandatory family paid stuff. If you're in the private sector, your company is responsible to take care of you. But because back to what I said earlier earlier when I popped in the stream, corporations pay low level workers low paying money because they are profitable to their stakeholders. And so that's the reason why people cannot find jobs that used to be very important. And so economically, like my father, who busted his ass, making pennies on the dollar, we were taken care of by the government because he worked his ass off, and we had those services, those like Medicaid, Medicare, all that stuff. We had those because my dad worked his butt, and we were able to get these free services. And even though I was poor as fuck, we had food in the refrigerator, and I had all of my extracurricular activities taken care of.
Sure. Back then, $20 would feed a whole family for 2 weeks or more.
Jeez, I can tell you, dude, I'm a grandpa. I used to remember when my dad in San Francisco would buy groceries for $5 for the whole week.
Jesus.
Okay. Again, I'm a grandpa.
I'm having $20 would feed.
In the grocery stores back in 2004.
$20 might feed the whole family for the month. $20 alone. If that's the rate.
Nowadays, that shit can't get you anywhere.
That should barely get you 5 items or even 4 if you're lucky.
You can't even get a quarter tank out.
With $20 for groceries, that should barely get you 4 items.
I wish.
Anyway. Oh man, we got very philosophical today.
Mm-hmm. Yep. This is why I have multiple burner accounts and also for these accounts that I use for retailers, just so I can get discounts on a regular with different identities.
Wait. Hold on. Let me understand this. You have multiple burner accounts?
Not on YouTube. No, like retailers.
Are you Jim Everett? I'm just playing. I'm just playing.
The slander,
I said retailers, but I was about to say.
Hey, Michael says that he has burner accounts. So is he Jim Everett?
Yeah, he uses it for that. Well, I use it to save in this economy.
Dude, if me, Corona, and McNiner find out that Michael has been Jim Everett, ooh, he is.
It's
dead.
over.
He is dead to all Niner fans. Because he keeps saying that I'm Jim Everett's brother.
Me personally, I wouldn't take that level of disrespect.
Oh, I just saw Get On Kids the chat
moving to Sweden
by 2030.
Sure, I'm not retiring in America if I'm fortunate.
Sweden moving to Sweden in 2030. Kudos. Kudos.
Kudos.
I'm gonna retire in Ecuador once I'm like 60 plus too.
I would have loved to be in El Salvador. I might get a little tattoo.
No, you don't want to do that, DST. You don't want to do that.
Go retire by the rural countryside.
I know you're joking, but no. As a person from California, no, don't do those jokes.
But yeah, I want to retire in those.
I'm looking out for you because, again,
I would have loved to have been in Japan. That was one of my biggest. If I ever started traveling when I got older.
I travel. No, that's in my top 5, along with Greece, Spain as well.
We
Italy.
actually know someone who's a 49er fan who grew up in Japan. It's the captain. Jason, the captain.
I wouldn't mind Japan either, but yeah, still in my top 2, I guess Spain and Greece are and in Italy, so yeah. Those Mediterranean places, so yeah.
So after the Sunday night game, I'm gonna post the Corey Davis video, and hopefully, I know you do the games. If you like to end your thing to be around like-minded people, and remember, this is going to be a new thing that I'm doing because we have to honor him, and this is a good way. Now, if you have your obligations, because I know you've been doing this for a long time, so I do respect that you continue to be consistent. But hopefully in 2026, we can change it up a little bit.
2026.
Oh, is he stabbing him with a fucking screwdriver on the forehead?
I'm done. I'm done content creating. I will like do some stuff every now and then, but the week of Thanksgiving, I will do a week of Corey Davis lead up videos. Like today, I was trying to do the Cal game, even though Cal lost. All right, we lost we lost the X. Anyway, screw you, Stanford. I'll still say that.
Bruh. We lost to fucking Notre Dame by 70. Notre Dame.
I was
Join the
saying
conference
that.
and fuck off.
Anyway,
Well, we handled Missouri. I'm happy with that.
on Monday, because I have a new schedule, so I won't be able to start the game at halftime. I will go live. Worst case scenario, in the fourth quarter, I will go live and then I will do a post game hangout for the 49ers game. So I am doing something on Monday. Okay.
Well, no, Monday I could pop on if I get the chance. So yeah.
So unfortunately, my schedule, and I might start missing McNiner's show because I am now working late afternoons, early evening. So I won't get home until like 7:00. And so that's gonna suck.
Mm-hmm.
But again, it was the only job that hired me, and I'm still like, what's the hell? And anyway, I'm not gonna even.
Shocked I've had my job.
I'm not gonna talk about what happened because I'm still really fucking mad. So,
John Jay, honestly, I wish you had the same circumstances Joy Taylor had to leaving Fox Sports. I wish you would at least enjoyed yourself before you got fired.
I am not going to even respond because I know what you're talking about.
No, I would have. Hey, look, she wanted to get into a position. She needs to get in position.
Hey, at least one walked away with dignity than after.
Joy Taylor looking like that. You're telling me that she's a skilled analyst? No, she's a skilled at analyzing somebody. I don't know.
No, she's a skilled analyst of the neurology.
Okay. I want to pivot to something.
I'll become a gynecologist immediately.
Yeah. I want to pivot to something I saw yesterday. So everyone on the planet who knows Stephen A. Smith, he is an unlikable person.
No shit. I mean, sorry.
No, he's a literal clown, but yeah.
He's a piece of shit, fake Knicks fan, fake politician.
Yeah, we don't claim shit on all the other New York teams.
No opinion of his own.
Anyway, so he
Call him a coon. I'm done.
he and Jason Whitlock have had beef for a very long time. Now, Jason Whitlock is no saint. Those those idiots who defend Whitlock because he works at Blaze Media, and Blaze Media is a very right-wing, stupid thing. But that's a different conversation. And so Stephen A. Smith has receipts. He has receipts. Okay. And so he's like, you know what? I'm going to end this feud once and for all. This dude will talk shit about me for decades, but I'm going to expose this dude. So I saw that podcast that he had. He had a guy who was like, is his nephew, and some other dude who was like a rich guy. 1, 2, 3.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, and so he had receipts. So basically, in his last rant on Jason Whitlock was exposed to get dirt on people. Basically, he exposed them. Basically, after the rant, Jason Whitlock tried to get Stephen A. Smith's pastor on that Blaze show. So the pastor can talk crap. The pastor was like, nope, I'm not getting in this feud. I am a pastor. My job as a pastor is to preach faith, not talk crap about Stephen A. Smith. Second, Sage Steele, who used to be on ESPN, she got fired for some dumb reason, has a podcast. Apparently, Sage Steele called Stephen A. Smith because they had because I think she also has a partnership with
Blaze my work Media. Wife. Wait, was that the time you said my work wife?
I don't know.
Work wife. Oh. Whoa.
Anyway, so Jason Whitlock, was on Sage Steele's podcast, and and Sage Steele was like, I don't know why we were supposed to talk about right-wing politics, boring, stupid stuff. But all he wanted to talk about was you, and she really did not appreciate that, and he had the receipts. Okay? I mean, he had the receipts. Then he started to expose Whitlock, and so apparently there's a podcast about some dude, some Middle Eastern dude who is now an American citizen, who's a New York promoter who works with like big companies, like he's one of like those like made men, like he made his money. He had Jason Whitlock scheduled to debate another person who was black, and Jason Whitlock found out who the person was, and he got scared shit and exposed himself as a crybaby person. And then he started to expose him, saying that the reason why Jason Whitlock is no longer on ESPN, Fox Sports, CBS, NBC Sports, all the sports networks, but he has to work for a right-wing news publication where he has to basically talk about faith, conservatism, and boring stuff to make ends meet, shows you that you can hate Stephen A. Smith all you want, but Stephen A. Smith is a published author making millions of dollars with his book. The publishing company want him to write another book. Stephen A. Smith is always in sports events. Everywhere he goes, everyone knows him. People want to be around Stephen A. Smith. And he's saying, people hate me. People hate my guts. Every time I go there, people who come up to me, shake my hand, give me a hug, and say, we hate you. But the people want to talk to me. You, in the other hand, have pissed off almost every person on, even the people who like you don't want to be around you.
Mm-hmm.
And so,
or claim to like you.
It's a sad reality that, like Whitlock and Stephen A. Smith are basically two people at the top of the media world, and they're acting like children. Now, I will say this.
So what this has got to do with LeBron James' legacy at the end?
And so,
News for the unemployed, and I'll stop.
And so apparently his nephew was there. Like Stephen A. Smith has a nephew. I did not know that. Said, listen, you can name my uncle all you want, but you also came after my grandfather. And so that was a low blow. Why does Stephen A. Smith's nephew, why are you attacking his grandfather? And so he got exposed. He got exposed. What does the grandfather have to do between your beef with Stephen A. Smith?
I have no idea how the hell they even escalate to that to make personal quarrels.
Yeah.
And then involve other man's families in the middle of a conversation involving a beef between two figurehead talkhead coons. And this has nothing to do with LeBron James. Interesting.
Mm-hmm. I know that they were supposed to talk about Stuart Scott, because apparently Netflix has made a Stuart Scott documentary.
You mean the OG analyst of ESPN?
I am gonna watch that. I will find a way to watch that. But the point is that that's also a kick to the face of Stuart Scott, that he had to basically. We were supposed to talk about Stuart Scott, the great Stuart Scott. But I
just for this grown men to argue.
One of the most legendary analysts, one of the most legendary reporters on ESPN's golden era, of when people actually talk about fucking sports, and not everything has to be a social, political, climated message to play who's right and who's wrong, and then ruin my fucking. And then people are like, "Oh, NFL cares about politics. Why don't you?" They took out the stop racism shit near the end zone. They took it like a trend. Your protests were a trend to the NFL. Stop it. You need to stop. These brands don't care about your message. George Floyd stopped money flowing for them.
Sure, the movement behind the quote-unquote martyrs of him wouldn't even care anyways.
And I'm not saying that out of pure malice. I'm not saying that because I distinctly don't care about a man passing away after a very terrible time for policemen. But you got to stop feeling like these corporations really care about political.
Yeah, or the
Political
corporations trying to radicalize these movements that
and just
to begin
radicalizing
with.
it. Should they feel like, whoa, who's racist? Who's racist? Whoa, we're not part of it. You guys are still coming to our game, right?
Well, here's the thing. Now I'm going to get controversial, okay? People at the top are the ones who are not aware of hardworking people. We will never, I don't know about our circumstances, I don't know you guys, but the common person will never understand what it feels like to grow up at a very giant house, having your parents in high luxury lifestyle that they provide those children. Those children were always chauffeured. They were taken care of by other people. They were always around quality of life circumstances. Common people, they don't have the luxury. Okay, I'm a father. This woman and I are going to cohabitate. This woman and I are going to cohabitate and take care of this child. As a man, I need to get a job. The woman who's going to cohabitate, she will do the hard, tough raising of the kid. We cannot afford the luxuries. I need to make sure that I can pay for a roof over that child's head. Me and the person who we're cohabitating, and I'm not using the word marriage, cohabitating, are going to have some disagreements. We're going to yell at each other. We're going to scream at each other. We're going to try to do the best we can, but we're always going to have disagreements. We're going to do our best that we can provide the kid. Oh, this kid wants to be spoiled? No, I'm not going to spoil this kid. So yeah, he's going to hate me or she's going to hate me because I'm going to be a provider. Okay? I'm not a father, and so I don't have to worry about that. So rich people in society, when they meet working class peers of their own age, for example, I'm at a high school and I'm being dropped off by an Uber. And one of my classmates, I see them getting off a bus or they're walking, maybe in the rain with an umbrella. Hey, why don't you take an Uber? You know, why don't you do this? Number one, my family doesn't have the luxuries like your family. Then you have a divide. You have the people who hate that person. Then you have that person, oh my gosh, I'm privileged. And so when these people see horrible things on television of people being persecuted, they overcompensate. Here's the problem. Common people don't think about that. They're thinking about survival. Survival. Okay? And so when you have privilege in this country, and it's not white people, this stupid narrative needs to stop. Privileged people come from every social economic background. You have some rich Latin people. You have some rich people who are black. You have Asian people who are rich. And of course, white people are rich, etc. You have poor white people. When you're poor, and that's how you live your life. America is a sad experiment because you have haves and have not. And so I understand what the NFL is doing, but when the commissioner is making millions of dollars, when the owners are billionaires, when these players who were at one point in their life living in hardship to get to the NFL and now they live in rich communities, they do become out of touch. And then when they have their children are not suffering.
And they're spoiled.
Yeah.
And so here's the Deion Sanders effect. Shador.
Uh-oh.
Shador.
Oh boy, here we go.
Was a child born into a wonderful lifestyle. His father was famous. He saw his father as a legendary figure. He was at football stadiums. He was around owners. He was around general managers. He was around coaches. He was around football stars. Okay, he becomes a college athlete at a historical black college, and he helps that.
Jackson State was an historical black-only school.
Yeah, and so that community was so grateful that money was being put in the community by ESPN and Gatorade and all,
They
and
were
it
getting
really
born
helped
on
those schools.
TV.
Yeah,
That and Travis Hunter.
and so personally, Dion has a reputation before he was in Jackson State. He and Jerry Rice do not like each other. Jerry Rice was always called, oh, he's a brother who follows with society. And again, that's very offensive what I just said. But that's how people looked at Jerry Rice. Hey, look, he is tailor-made. Deion Sanders, he's a rich guy who wants to party. Okay, the stereotype. And so in America, if you are different, we're gonna use that word. Even if you have success, society is going to label you a way that you're supposed to. America is not a perfect experiment, but we can also not take away the fact that rich kids of every background grow up like Sanders' son. Then he goes to Colorado, and this is going to be kind of messed up. All those
They're coming from
women,
high-class families.
from and Boulder, Colorado is like a very progressive area. Okay? Very progressive area. And a lot of people who live there have wonderful backgrounds. Back to what I said first.
Those piercings.
And so Shador is like, hey, look at all these wonderful, beautiful women. Yes, they're not my tone, but they're very beautiful. They're taking pictures of me. They're hanging out with me. They want to be with me because I'm a star quarterback. And it doesn't matter where you come from. Women will gravitate to someone like that.
Yep, for what they have, probably.
Now he's in the NFL.
Travis Hunter.
Now he's in the NFL. And
But
he learned.
Travis Hunter was known for his ability before college, before the Heisman. He was already a 5-star recruit.
Yeah.
Pushed over to the Influence when he was favored to go to Georgia. And then where did he chose to go for his freshman year of college? Jackson State.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, on Sanders' influence, it didn't matter who was throwing to him.
Yeah. So here's the point. Here's the point. There is a YouTube influencer who brings in like people who come from different backgrounds and different, ways of life. He brought in a guy who is from that part of the United States where Jackson State is. The person is a black man, very controversial. He has certain views that a lot of people don't like. But he said this: Sanders has always been a playboy. His son, he may be humble. Sanders may be humble, but they're playboys. And they use that character of them. And that's why we don't know who Sanders really is or his son is. And so that's a problem. And he says, then you go to the most, and again, this is very, very effed up. He goes to a mostly rich white community at Boulder, Colorado. Who's out of touch now? Okay? Who's out of touch now? And again, I am not a person who, I don't have any hatred toward. I love everyone. I have a good heart. I see all the good in people. But we have been brainwashed to say we need to look at the world black and white. But we cannot look in the world that's gray. Because when you enter that gray sphere, you realize, wow, if we live inside this bubble, this gray bubble, everyone will start loving each other again. But we cannot have that. And so that's the problem. So when the NFL overcompensates people who live in that gray area, leave that gray bubble, and then they go to the bubble where most people who are very rude live. It's the Colin Kaepernick situation all over again. Many 49er fans loved him. They were so happy. And then he took a stand on something very controversial, and he alienated.
Back in 2014, and now people think that the NFL is racist.
Yeah. Plus,
I had to deal with fucking CJ Beathard.
wow, Colin Kaepernick, the NFL did, when they settled with him and Eric Reed in 2019.
Oh, mamma mia.
Colin Kaepernick also had a demise on his own career. So Colin Kaepernick is not 100% to blame, and the NFL is not 100% to blame. When the Niners paid him $20 million in his head, I'm worth $20 million. Okay. And so he should have done this. All right. Taking the Broncos deal to go to Denver when we try to trade him, they're going to basically restructure your contract and pay you $7 million to be a backup at the time, which was a lot of money for a backup. Peyton Manning was going to retire. You would have got a Super Bowl ring as a backup, and then you would have been the quarterback for Denver. And if you would have done really well, they would have restructured your contract back to the $20 million. He sabotaged that.
That's it.
Oh, wait.
Well,
Vernon Davis.
we'll see Shador tomorrow.
Vernon Davis.
God bless.
You could have been with Vernon Davis. You would have developed some chemistry, no.
Mhm.
And then, of course, when the NFL gave him a second chance, he said this: I'm not going to Atlanta's $1 billion stadium where 30
Mercedes-Benz, that new
Where
stadium
30
they built, yeah.
where 32
Mercedes-Benz.
NFL teams are
Not the
going to
Georgia
be there.
Dome. The Superdome, Hogan, not the.
Where 32 NFL teams are going to be there and their scouts and the entire media. And you're like, nope, I am going to go to a high school football field 45 minutes away, and I'm going to start practice. And only 8 scouts were able to make it. And then after the workout, he said this: you know what I'm capable. You know what I'm capable of. You know what I'm capable of doing. You know what I did in the Super Bowl. Sign me. And then he walked away.
Who the fuck are you?
And so they're like, you made us travel 45 minutes away. Then you are dictating what we should do. And so he ruined it. He ruined an opportunity. Then he went on a ABC morning show. He and his girlfriend, now wife or whatever, were sitting down, and he's like, I love my parents, but they don't understand my experience. Wow.
What, that you're a adopted black child when they were very accepting of you?
Wow.
You privileged piece of shit. I'd rather sign Antonio. You know how crazy it is, John Jay? Over all the stuff Antonio Brown got himself into with his legal troubles, his
Oh, yeah, he got
fiasco.
arrested now after he got back.
I'd rather sign Antonio Brown than Colin Kaepernick again.
They arrested him after he came.
And I'd rather still sign him. At least he still put up sub-average, above-average numbers, but not over the standard, because Antonio Brown was a long-term all-pro wide receiver.
I mean, that's the thing with Tomlin's guys like Le'Veon Bell and him eventually dissipate over time.
Social political messages feeling like he's NFL caliber, where you weren't even making better numbers than Mike Glennon. Like, fuck you. And another fuck you. You could have been playing in several different football leagues just so the NFL could even get an opportunity. Look at Kevontae Turpin. People didn't hear about him until his time over in the USFL.
Man, I hate he plays for the Cowboys. He was my favorite player on the New Jersey Generals.
He's very talented. He did,
yeah.
And he came from TCU. Where he was showing up over on the special teams. Brother I think he was on the Birmingham Stallions. Then he showed up over.
No, he was on the New Jersey Generals. Kevontae Turpin, yeah.
Yeah, he came from the Generals, New Jersey Generals, and now he's over in the NFL being a key piece for the Dallas Cowboys.
That was my favorite team, but yeah.
Nigga, if we're starting Joe Flacco before we start you're the problem. I'm sorry. I'm all for your political message involving police brutality. That doesn't excuse you being ass.
No, but that is a fact. His play declined too.
Look at Joe Frazier. He found God as soon as he got knocked out. I'm joking, of course.
Anyway.
No, but still, his play got ass over time anyway, so it didn't matter.
Also, Also, I want to say something because I'm part
Even a
Italian.
porn star can find Jesus, John.
I want to say this because I'm part Italian, and
Uh-oh.
I'm also mixed with other stuff. Here's the
I'm
thing:
also mixed too, but what happened?
I grew up in a boxing culture, and the famous Andre Ward from San Francisco, but raised in Oakland. His father was Irish, and his mother was black. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
Andre Ward grew up in the streets of Oakland, doing things no young person should do. But boxing saved him. Boxing saved him. That famous coach,
Backbreaker by Josh Alexander, superhero.
that famous coach from Oakland who has coached boxers like Amir Khan and Barrios and um, some great fighters.
Mm-hmm.
His boxing coach is like his second father, and that's why Andre Ward was so successful.
Yeah.
Okay, if you're Irish and Italian in the United States, okay, they were the two groups who were not afraid to live with black people, because Irish, Italians, and blacks at one point in San Francisco, and of course we have a lot of Latin people that live in, of course, Chinese, but they molded San Francisco to what happened in the 90s. Beacon of why the tech companies wanted to come over here. Businesses wanted to come over. Everybody wanted to come to San Francisco. Okay? Because we build an infrastructure. Because those three groups, in one time or another, were looked down upon. All Italians and Irish are Catholics. Oh, no, no. People who were also down, they knew how tough it was, and they did a lot for people who were black. Okay. And so that's the reason why I have a soft spot for Irish, Italians, of course, Samoans, you know.
Brunson Reed, bring back my sneakers.
And so
Mostly my dad's side, but yeah.
That's the
Italians.
thing about San Francisco. There's a famous a small independent music producer. He's Latin. He's Latin. A small independent music producer in the Bay Area. He grew up in an area known as Glen Park, but the outer, more into the area known as the Mission. And
I'll keep it. I mostly
he
grew up in black neighborhoods.
is basically an embodiment of the American dream. This wonderful Latin independent music person in the industry. He promotes mixtapes, helps independent artists get into like the charts, things like that. And then he uh, basically does a lot of things, but he's done really well in the independent music scene in the Bay Area. He said this in San Francisco when he was a kid. He's now in his late 40s, early 50s. Every ethnic group in San Francisco, you did not have to be this. You knew everyone. Like us here, people think that I, as a Mexican descent kid, would only know we hung out with Asians, the Chinese, the Japanese, the Koreans. We hung out with the blacks, the Irish, the Italians. We hung out with everyone. We were all cool. We were all, we were a melting pot of the streets. San Francisco is very unique when it comes to that older generation. The younger generation today don't have that wonderful experience of that. And basically, he was making the point. People can clown on San Francisco all they want. TRL can, I like him. I'll let him talk his shit because he's always been respectful. I know Mac Ultra has, said a lot of offensive stuff about my city. I like him, but
I just don't like the gas prices.
For what it's worth, I do want to visit San Francisco in my lifetime, so I've never talked, and I don't even know the area, so yeah.
So the
I'm
point
taking
of
your
the
word for
I
it.
just don't like the gas prices, John.
So
Here's
the point of the matter is San Francisco is not for everyone. If you're a person who doesn't like the beliefs that like people who have those belief systems, it's not for you. It's not for you. But when you do visit it, you don't want to leave. there's a reason why the famous Tony Bennett, who was I think from New York, became an ambassador to San Francisco, a New Yorker who could have promoted New York, and he wrote a lot of songs about New York and great stuff. But that famous song that's played
I'll be
after
right back
every
in 2 seconds.
San Francisco Giants game, I left my heart in San Francisco, with the fog and the blue skies that mimic the blue Pacific Ocean. He basically talks about the towers and the hills. He basically said San Francisco is that mystery woman, that mystery gorgeous woman who she will show you the city. She will, care for you, but you can never have her. You can never have her, but she will always give you her hand and show you how beautiful it is. The metaphor of that mystery woman is what San Francisco is. It's not a woman of the night. No, it's that woman. I think we've all had that. Maybe I'm the only person. Maybe we've all had that. Oh, look at that girl. We're best friends. I admire her from afar, but she wants to hold my hand. She wants to, be friends with me. But that you can never have her because she looks at you and she will care for you. But when she finds the person she wants to be with, she will still hang out with you.
Oh yeah,
I think
I
had that in high school.
I
had that in high school. There's this girl I liked, but I could have led a different life if I went with this girl. But it's the one
So
the Young Bucks win. They win $1 million.
Anyway, so the point is that San Francisco has that lore, that wow. When you go to the Twin Peaks and you see the skyline and you look how the city, how flat it is, that it connects with the ocean, and you're up almost 1,000 feet in the air. It's like in Denver, that wonderful elevation. You go to the other side where you see the beach and the ocean, and you see more hills.
Nuggets.
Okay. You go to the famous Mission District, and you're like, wow, this feels like you're actually in Latin America. The people speak Spanish, they speak English. You have the mixture of that American thing. It's like the best of everything to go in there. Then you go to the famous Chinatown, where you go in there and you find culture and you feel like an Americanized Hong Kong. And then you go to the famous Little Italy or North Beach, and it feels like an Americanized Rome. Then you go to the neighborhoods where the houses are, and you're like, wow, this looks like the movies. And then you take the public transportation and you feel like it's like a modern, fun version of a great, luxurious tour where you connect to every city. And that's why that song is so powerful, that even a man who wrote that song almost 70 years ago, people even my age listen to that song. It puts the wonder of the city. Now, yes, technology has changed the city, but the scenery still looks the same. You cannot blow up mountains and hills.
Yeah. That's how I feel about
Why are
mine.
you holding these men's hands like they're children, Don Callis?
Anyway,
all the Young Bucks.
Yep, you can get rid of you can try to get rid of the identity, but you never will get rid of the identity at the same time as long as it's there.
Listen, I joke around with Spongy that there was a couple. There was a couple that were from Philadelphia. They moved into the rough areas nearby Daly City, San Francisco, where I live. And they're like, dude, this is a more cleaner, more nicer Philadelphia. And I said, again, before I knew Spongy and before I knew
I said the same thing about Toronto. I was like New York.
There's a nicer version.
So
More expensive.
Before I learned that there's a lot of people who are not big fans of Philadelphia, I didn't know. I said, "Excuse me, what do you mean?" Listen, the houses look like Philadelphia. This area looks like Philadelphia, but it's cleaner. It's cleaner. I said, "This is a blue collar, working class, old school environment. What are you talking about?" Oh, in Philadelphia, it's the same but dirty. And so
And run down.
people who are from the Bay Area were like, Philadelphia's dirty. And so until I met you guys, I learned. And so I'm like, wow, people talk crap about, San Francisco has a homeless problem. Maybe Philadelphia is the one that they should look as an example.
No, that's a drugs and World War Z over there.
Oh yeah.
Also, I met a British guy who left.
Kevin Hart.
I met a British guy who left the UK and has been living in
Philadelphia since the Eagles.
I met a British.
I apologize.
I met a British guy who left the UK in the 80s and says, "I'm never going back to the UK."
Huh?
Fun fact about that story. I can't believe it.
Liverpool.
Did he root for Liverpool like Gavin?
I'm not gonna finish that story. Speaking of Liverpool, Gavin will always root for that team.
3-0. 3-0 to Nottingham Forest today. 3-0.
Listen, VST, you are a fair weather fan.
I'd rather support. You know what? Shout out to Everton. Way better team.
Damn. Oh no, now Gavin's gonna pop in here.
3-0.
But don't, bro.
Take your Mickey Mouse. Everybody complains about the NBA Finals for the Lakers. I will count the Mickey Mouse NBA Finals if you guys don't count that Mickey Mouse Champions League Final where you guys put up a boring game against Tottenham. Yeah, not Real Madrid. You guys had Spurs in the final. What Mickey Mouse trophy you can take away from Real Madrid? While like Liverpool gets Spurs because they can't beat Real Madrid. Put you down without mercy. Put you down all night.
Yeah, I'm old.
Look, runs out. People say, "Oh, you're not old, BSD." Oh, no.
Listen, I'm about to be 27 in a few months. I'm practically old Hawaiians, but I'm still young to the probably guys in the Niners community over there. Still, you're probably younger to them by comparison. I'm like in that limbo at this rate. So
you're young enough. You're young enough to not have regrets, but you're old enough. You should still get your life together. That's the fact.
Yep.
It's either you should have something going for yourself, or you should already have kids. Even though, like college, I have like friends of mine from college that already has like kids, but
I probably won't be having kids. I probably won't be having kids until a decade or some change. I'm not even focused on that right now.
If you've enjoyed the Giants NFL season, I'm sure it won't take time.
When I'm ready, I guess. But whatever. I just still want to do things with my youth, so yeah. Like getting into shape and then just traveling then after, I guess. And finding other hobbies outside of sports, obviously, but yeah.
I was going back to my trading card hobby, and I think you're already aware. Well, it's kind of sports related. It is sports related. I collect.
I'm also thinking of opening a second channel for other hobbies, but that's something in the back of my mind I'm not going to implement forward, but yeah.
Oh, there's always time though. That sounds awesome. What other hobbies you intend to probably bring in? I know
I'll probably do. Yeah, that and also the lore, like certain fandoms and things I watch and my own theories and also my video essays. Because I've written on when I'm not working or anything, I just write on Reddit a lot. I write my own theories, like I write my own takes on lores, like certain shows I watch. Yeah, I have a secret thing on Reddit as well, so yeah.
Reddit.
That makes Reddit? A lot more sense why you called it secret, YTs.
Yeah, I write a lot of fandoms on Reddit, like shows I watch, like theories and also takes on certain characters and social commentary on these characters. So yeah, there's a lot I write them.
But that's good though. I kind of do that with I kind of have already have a. Well, I'm trying to make that predominantly more sports oriented, but I don't think I touch it that much. This is my second channel.
Mm-hmm.
Sideline Productions.
Too.
And yes. Oh my God! It's Mercedes Monet. Oh my God! It's where's her belts? Where's her fucking belts? Yeah, there they are.
I forgot to make David Corona's video. God damn.
Huh. Well, yeah, Reddit. There's a bunch of communities in Reddit.
I'm glad he's not mad.
Even NFL.
Because I got too much crap going on at the moment.
Also, there's NFL communities in Reddit too. So yeah, especially I go over there for other sets.
Anime communities.
You know what? I got StreamYard again. I'm still using the free plan. I think I'm going to go back to Kick and start doing serious content.
Social Terry and a bunch of other.
Yeah. Obviously, your experience and takes would be good for Kick. Knowing you can probably now use a bit more less of a filter, John Jay.
Now,
try to be like me, not in that way.
Now, unfortunately, I'm gonna bring up a name that I think a lot of people may or may not or may have forgotten or forgotten. I'm still concerned with people who I've met. His name is Sentinel.
Oh, he's still around?
God, I haven't.
No. He, after a certain point, about a year ago, and I've talked to McNiner about this, and McNiner, has told me some stuff. I do believe he's a misunderstood person. Now, I think he and CEO and Awesome Kid had some beef that were way old.
Yeah, I know about the beef.
Okay,
I forgot about Sentinel.
I have never.
I think I did collab with him.
I have never had any ill will towards him. I know there's probably some history with you guys because you guys have always explained that to me. CG has talked about that with me. Okay, when you're on the internet and you're always arguing and fighting, it's always a lose-lose situation. Okay?
Yes.
So the only reason why I want to bring his name up, and if he is watching, because if he is watching, I'm gonna let you know that McNiner says that while he is gone, every now and then he watches content. So I just want to let him know, if he's watching, that I have a lot of respect for him. If he doesn't respect me anymore, I respect that. I deserve it. Here's the thing. I was having a conversation that in these spheres, there are people who have pushed away good people, and they have moved them towards a term that I cannot believe I'm going to use because then I'm going to sound like a moron. The Matrix, that Matrix term. I mean, that Matrix movie, the term blue and red, yada yada.
No.
And so the point of the matter is that there are a lot of people who have been moved towards that area because society has become so goddamn dumb. And so if I do content, people are going to label me as that term from the Matrix movie. I am not that. I've always been open-minded. I'm an open-minded person. And so I disagree with people who are more traditionally consider themselves more on the right. I'm not. I'm an old school 90s, what people call liberals. Today, liberals have been hijacked by stupid people. Okay? And so
social media.
I am who I am. And so if people don't like me because of that statement, it is what it is. But I'm not going to change. I am who I am. I've never been.
Why should you change?
I've never been someone who I know. More people who I've known on YouTube, good people, lean more towards that area. But I don't have any ill will towards them. Some people just have those beliefs. Now I'm going to bring up a name that we can laugh about. Michael. Michael said he's openly support people who are running this country. That's all right. That's your thing. But you need to explain to me why. Explain why you have these ideas. then I'm like, well, I disagree with that. But again, this is still America. Half the country believe in that nonsense, and half of the other country believe in other nonsense. Okay, we're a big country. I do think that we, as a nation, can come together with common ground things. And because we are now pitted in a corner, if you have an opinion that society hates, they're going to label you that matrix term.
An enemy, an NPC, a bot, a liberal.
Anything that provokes their biases or confronts their own inner insecurities or basically what they're they don't like about themselves, yeah, they're gonna label it out as crazy what they don't understand. It's always been that way.
Hell, I get it right now amongst like personal friends outside of content and work. That I get friends of mine that they try to discuss over the social political plans.
Because people want an escape nowadays. They don't like confrontation with their own inner beliefs and demons that they don't want to confront. So yeah, it's all about escaping.
Oh, Sasha Banks finally gets a world championship opportunity.
That's how I just think it is now.
Yeah. I kind of hate that. I'm not gonna lie. Even though I feel
Because
like
a lot of people don't want to
to.
confront their own problems. So
And the worst part is we're gonna be having more of those discussions. The more responsibilities pile up, because the more that's gonna be falling out of our pocket. Because we're gonna be taxpayers. We're probably gonna be paying for our own properties. We're gonna be paying for our own.
pretty
foods.
soon, it won't matter what belief. It won't matter what you have, what belief, or what you are, and whatever. Basically, it's either going to be rich and poor, no in between at this rate, anyway. So they're going to end up in the same place.
Well, again, so.
Oh my goodness!
I can't believe I'm going to say this. While earlier on TRL stream, I did preach social media is a norm that young people use. Yes, before social media, there was a lot of degenerate content on cable television and broadcast television. It's a lot of
I miss those days.
Okay, and so people who would watch that stuff, that was their TikTok addiction, to use the metaphor. but there were people who used to watch great content, great shows before computers. Computers now are the thing, the smartphone, the tablet, okay, the smart TV. But back then, if you wanted entertainment on a television screen, you would use television. If you had a game console, there was no internet. You would play with your friends. You would interact with people in real life. Okay, there were a lot of brain rot video games.
Skibbity.
But most people played the games that they loved to do, and there was so much variety. Okay, and so the purpose of this comment, and I'm going to say, social media has really affected the way people live. But we've also learned something that most people don't want to talk about. People talk about we got to deal with our inner demons. Wonderful. Here's a problem. When you are on social media and you're interacting with millions of people, we're learning something interesting, that there are way more people at their house right now on a computer and are not working. Now, yes, that's harsh, but someone has to call it out. Now, let's say a hypothetical, say whoever's in charge of like running the internet, they shut it down. They shut down all the modems, all Wi-Fi, no internet. So you cannot use your smart devices. What do you do then? Do you do what people used to do when there was no internet? You would turn on broadcast television and just waste your life watching boring soap operas and game shows.
Time to hit the park. Time to hit the park for me if that happens.
Or
hoops.
Or
yeah,
would you do like what people used to do? You opened the door, you walked until you found something interesting.
Trying to give me a map.
I think the first one is what most people would do, because a long time ago there were still people. Now today they're on the internet arguing and fighting.
Mhm.
Being on the internet is more interesting because you get to find way more stuff. Because back then there was not a lot of channels. You had broadcast networks and the simple cable networks. And over
Mhm.
time they started to create a lot of dumb cable networks that nobody watched. And so that's the point.
Shout out to MTV.
So
Yep. Loved MTV and Mad TV.
so
Ridiculousness is dead.
listen, again, I'm glad that McNiner, Tommy Huxley, David Corona, Papa J, those guys, and me, I feel like when I'm over there, I'm the baby of them. I found out Melissa, okay, and don't ever
Um,
don't ever ever mention this to her. She's a little bit older than me. I'm like, wow, I thought she was younger than me. Anyway,
Probably what, a few years.
again, I'm not going to say the number, but
late
I'm saying
30s, early 40s.
I'm still the baby of the group.
Mm.
Shoot,
Except
if I
with
pop over there, I'll be the baby.
especially when Spongy shows up, then of course he's
Practically,
the
I
kid.
will.
But
Spongy,
the
I'll.
point, here's the point, is that there was a time. Oh, and Kenny, you know, there was a time that we will talk about things, and even people my age use the internet. So that's about it. And so to basically keep this very simple is that the world that we live in now is basically tech based, and it's not going to change anytime soon.
All these fucking clankers.
And so
He's
They call it
nincompoops.
I look at it like this.
The nincompoops. Yep.
I look at it like this.
all those PDF files.
Hey, you
Trying
opened
to
Pandora's box with that.
I'm
But
trying
go
to
ahead.
find the right words because
Oh, Three Amigos by Sasha Banks.
I'm going to say this, and it may not sound correct, and it may offend anybody. I'm trying to find the right words.
I probably heard worse, but go ahead.
This generation, I think we have failed them in one way.
She's still going.
You want to know what that is?
What?
We failed the young generation, and it has nothing to do with politics, the Matrix podcast world. It has nothing to do with blaming the women. Okay? Even though women have it harder, and men don't want to acknowledge that for some reason.
Women don't go to the oil rig and pump oil from the ground.
But yeah, what is the one word? The magical word.
Okay.
Giving thanks.
Also, just to make it very clear for people, our moms were in labor when we were born. Think about that. Women have it harder. Okay. We will never understand that. Back to the point. Okay.
Ooh, face first.
Back to the point. Now, whatever happens, how she raised you, that's a different question. I'm not going to touch. We have failed young people, men and women, by not teaching them when they're in middle school to go to dances, to go to parties, to go to gatherings, not putting them in clubs, not putting them in competitions. We have to do that again. So when you're in middle school, a lot of men, young men, I'm afraid to talk to women What did you do when you were in grade school? Oh, we didn't do field trips, we didn't do activities. It was always the books. After school, we went home. There's the problem. We're not socializing no more.
Yeah, that's gonna happen a lot, and
Okay?
every kid's losing more confidence every generation.
Women want to be asked out. They do. They want to be chased. The problem is that there are men who don't know how to flirt, who don't know how to say hi. And so when you have no confidence around a woman, and you have like a rat, like imagine like if a rat walks like a human, a woman sees that, they're like, oh crap, that's a rat. No one likes rats. Okay, we have to teach boys how to flirt. How do you do that? When you were in grade school, elementary school, why was it more easier to make friends with girls? And then what happened when you went to middle school? Ooh, something.
Puberty.
Yes,
Puberty.
girls started to hang out with girls only because they're going through, and again, women have it tough. Yeah, I'm tired of this stupid argument. Oh, women have it. No, they have it tough. Okay. Boys develop their manhood by, I'm tougher than you. I'm going to show you. And so that's why men, when they're in middle school, are always arguing and fighting. Girls look at that, they're like, no, no. But it takes our dumb brain a long time before we realize it. And while girls are maturing and they want to date guys who are like 3, 4 years older than them,
Yeah, especially the college ones for
they see
some reason.
the maturity level.
Yeah,
Okay.
you hear about that? You heard about that comedian that has an arranged marriage with like a 21-year-old woman? He's like 30.
This man pre-ordered. The fuck?
Anyway,
Oh,
here's
it's
the point.
culture. It's
Here's the
culture.
point. Here's the point. Okay. We have to let boys understand that, you know what? If you're going to be acting like a moron, we're going to discipline you. Fathers used to be like, stop arguing with your friend. If you're going to play with him or you're going to hang out with him, act mature. Fathers used to be like, hey, there's girls around. Stop messing around. And so boys would realize when their dads were like, oh crap, I'm being stupid. The dad is showing them be mature. Now you don't need a father, you need a mentor. Okay. I know some boys and some girls grow up in circumstances which is really sad. I don't want to upset anybody, but here's the point.
Icebreaker.
Here's the point. Okay.
Backstab.
Here's the point. Okay. You just have to let a boy know, listen, hey, I see you, you want to talk to this girl. The boy's going to say, well, I don't know what to do. I say, well, let me ask you a question. What do you and her have in common? We are in the same class. Okay. Do you guys do homework? Yeah. Do you suck at homework? Yeah. Ask her if she's smart and then have her tutor you because girls want to show you that they're smarter than boys. And so when she's tutoring you, what you're doing is you're basically making her, this is how you do it. And then you're like learning and understanding. It teaches you how to respect women because while you think she's winning, at the same time, you're winning because she's doing your homework for you. It's a trick. Okay. Now, yes, it's kind of messed up and mean, but sometimes you have to be a little bit selfish.
What?
Not an asshole, selfish. Okay. Then when you do really well, you say, hey, thank you very much. Look, I got me an A. And I'm like, man, if it wasn't for your help, you're basically creating a bond. Okay. Then they're going to ask you, besides homework, you know, does she play sports? Does she do instruments? Does she have a club? Why don't you run into her in the club that she's in at the school and say, oh, what is this? Like you need to be like basically like kind of dumb because then she'll start to open up to you. Okay. At the same time, women, again, they want to be chased. But at the same time, you have to learn talking to a woman. Yes, it's painful work and men don't want to do it. And so the purpose of this is that when they're in middle school, they need to go to dances. It's going to be so awkward as the adults. The boys are in one corner, the girls are in the other corner. But you have to make them feel uncomfortable. Okay? Because I can tell you right now, my very first dance, it wasn't the best moment for me, but it wasn't the best moment for the girls.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? One time, this girl who was way out of
Oh,
my league.
damn.
So let me tell you the story. There was this girl who was way out of my league. Okay? Wanted to dance with this kid who was a little bit suffered from like, early mental illness, before we learned about. And she said, "Hey, do you want to dance? Like, you're not dancing." The boy is like, just like shaking his head. He didn't speak a lot because, and it's not because he was shy. It's just that his mom would tell the teacher like he has problems speaking. And so I'm sitting right next to him, and she comes up to me and she's like, "Do you want to dance, John?" I said, "I don't want to leave him here by himself, you know." And so the boy looked at me and he's like, he's telling me to go to the dance floor because again, he has a speech issue. And I said, "Are you sure?" And he's like shaking his head, "Yes." I said, "You'll be by yourself?" And he's like, "Yeah." Basically, he was hooking me up. He was hooking me up. This shy kid who didn't speak had game. And so I danced with this girl who was way out of my league. Then this other girl who was her best friend, who wouldn't call her like, a model. She's like, "Oh, I want to dance with him," like all that stuff. And then she was a little bit, I'm not saying she was a bad kid. She was just a little bit off there. And she's like, "Oh, you're a great dancer," all that stuff. And I'm like, "All right, thank you very much, girls, for dancing with me," yada yada. I was so uncomfortable. I sat back down, and then he looked at me and he whispered, "I don't know how to dance, but I know you know how to dance." Okay. So basically, he who wasn't cool or wasn't like the athlete had game. He had game as a kid who had some, stuff going on in his head, had game. And basically, he did that for me. The girl who I wanted to dance, okay, walked up to me and she's like, I saw you dancing. Like, you could tell she was very nervous. I said, they wanted to dance with him. I did not want to dance with her. But they, for whatever the wanted to dance with me. And she's like, I knew what she was doing. She said, "Would you dance with me?" I said, "If you want me to." And she's like, "Do you want to dance?" Like we were flirting in a child's way. Okay. And so we were just basically just dancing corny, as young kids. Okay. And then after that, you know, the girls who were like, "Oh, she's dancing with a boy," and I'm like, "Oh god
Damn.
It's true
Reverse
what they say. It's true what they say. Once you get one girl to go with you, then all of them start flocking to you. Apparently, then
So
they all start flocking.
now those girls grew up. They grew up high maintenance. They have high maintenance boyfriends, all that stuff, yada yada.
Oh,
Well, now husbands. Like
It became damaged goods. Useless after.
Okay.
R.I.P. the husbands. Then.
No, those men were also high maintenance. Like no, like they gel.
Oh, they
their
were
hair.
equally. Also, they were meant for each other. Okay.
Yeah. So okay.
Yeah.
Crazy things. But the point of
I
the
will
matter
say.
is that you were forced to learn how to talk to people. Now, when you got into high school, Get On Kid, and I don't know if he's still in the chat, but Get On Kid says that he's been with his woman since they were in high school. And Get On Kid says that she was unpopular, maybe rock and roll style. I think I don't know what kind.
Yeah, one of the sing kids, I think. Yeah.
Probably is some kid from like the music. I'm joking.
Yeah, the
Anyway,
drama classes. No,
so
go
Drama
ahead.
club, or she was
Okay.
into arts.
all right,
Probably
We'll
some
ask him though.
anime.
we
have to ask him, but yeah.
you have to understand that there are women who are like us, shallow, insecure, don't have game, but we don't look for that for some reason. Okay.
I don't look.
Get On Kid was very fortunate to find that because it is really hard to find a high school sweetheart, no matter what the movie industry wants you to think. And so the purpose that I'm saying is that when I was in high school, there was this girl, Latin, didn't have the hourglass or Coca-Cola frame.
1, 2, 3. Oh, and Sasha Banks loses.
Damn.
There was one girl
that's
I had
what
as well.
dogs cousins get.
This was
All right.
before the girlfriend too. It was this
Here's
nice Portuguese curly-haired woman that I liked, but I never
All right.
asked.
Here's the story. Okay. She was very passive, very quiet, but her friends were like typical Latin women, very loud and bold. And we gotta put makeup on you, blah 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 blah. She hated that. She played soccer. She had a bit of a not like a again not an hourglass, but she had like a frame, like a fullback or a tight end, like that type of build. Okay.
Whoa.
Okay. So and she was insecure about that because her friends looked like the hourglass, the Coca-Cola bottle. But those girls loved her. Like they treated her like a sister. Like they had her back. One day, we had the class that was at the final because classes alternated how schedules. It was kind of weird. Class ended, and I'm like, "Where are you going?" She says, "I'm going this direction." I said, "I'm going the same direction. You want to walk?" And she's like, "Okay." And then when we start having conversation, and then I asked her this question. I said, "Your friends, like," and they're like, "I hate my friends. They want me to look like them. They want me to have makeup. They want me to date this sleazeball guy who, he's Latin and he's very thin and skinny, and like he basically like
Peer
the
pressure.
the star." She didn't want that. And so we bonded, with that. We spoke to each other about that, And so I said, "What do you want?" So then a few months passed. I asked her out. She said no. It sucked. Okay. And I said, "Any particular reason why?" And she's like, "All right, don't tell my friends." I said, "Oh shit. I'm about to get the, like the oh my God news. I'm about to have a heart attack." And so, but luckily it wasn't that news. And she's like, "I'm dating a white boy." And I'm like, "Okay, congratulations." You scared me. I thought you were going to say that you had cancer or something, yada, yada. And my friends are stereotypical. They want me to, marry even my parents, and I'm like, "Oh, everything is now making sense."
They're very.
And so eventually she says, "Go to my house with me. My mom will think that I'm the boyfriend." And I'm like, "Why am I going to your house?" My mom does not yell at boys for some reason, but she does yell at the girls. And so I go there, and she starts talking in Spanish with me. I'm doing my horrible Spanish, and she's like, "Oh my gosh, tú es gringo." And I'm like, God damn, God damn, God damn. But she was being playful, and then she's like, tu corazón. I'm like, God, I'm in a soap opera. Anyway, she was like, "No," and then she's like, like wanted moral support, and she's like, Mom, I'm dating a boy, but he's not Hispanic. She's like, what? And then she's like, and then
Huh?
she basically said, oh, it better. And then she's like, and then, oh my gosh. 2 years later,
No fuera moreno, no? No, stop.
2 years later, I bumped into her, and the guy. I finally met the guy. Yep, he was. Now he was like, damn, this is gonna sound messed up. He was ghetto white, so he wasn't like.
Oh.
Anyway, he's like, we're engaged. She's 21.
Nice.
He's 21. They're technically kids, and he's like, I just met. So he's talking like this. I met her mom, and she yelled at me, and I'm like, wow, you're just like my mom. And then she and her bonded about how moms are, and then she met his mom, and they bonded. So this is the thing I love about San Francisco. Moms are like, oh my gosh, our child are together. Oh, the children. Okay. And so that's the thing that I love about people. People don't get into a relationship. Talk to people in real life. Learn about them. Okay. We have lost that wonderful conversation. We've lost that. And we should be a little bit ashamed that we've lost that thing. But when you have conversations with people and you learn about them, you build a bond. I have a lot of female friends who I do not like. But I'm not afraid to go and talk to them. And they always play with us. Stop flirting with me, John. You know that I don't like you. I said, I don't like you neither. How dare you? Okay, whatever.
Now they want you now.
You can't stop those ego trips.
Say so.
Their egos won't allow it.
It's better. And again, and maybe some men.
No, John, they're not going to win the Super Bowl. Stop sitting, Joe.
Anyway,
Yeah.
I say this: have 5 female friends in your life. Do it now, okay? Have 5 female friends in your life, because women will ground you, and you will become a different person. If you're around dudes all the time, and again, I'm not saying every man is a piece of garbage, have female friends. I personally would rather work with women only, because my brain becomes like Albert Einstein. But when I'm out with my idiot friends, all we want to do is talk about getting drunk,
Or full
or
on.
other stupid stuff that I'm not going to tell you, because that's between you and
IG models that we wish to impregnate.
So, okay.
Oh wait, I'm not Anthony Edwards. I'm sorry.
Also, if you guys ever have the luxury of being a father and you have a daughter, you will understand. Crap, I was a little bit effed up towards women, because your daughter will ground you. Now, if you have all guys as your kid, you will still change. You will still care for them, but you will teach them how to be men from your experience, and they will become better at it.
Hey, John, what about being the only boy in a female household?
Oh, then it's very difficult, because you wish that you learned more accountability.
No, because besides my father, yeah, it's only me and my brother are the only 2 boys. I have 5 sisters, basically out of 7. We're the only 2 boys.
Well, at least you have a male.
No one has your side, YTC.
Hold on. At least you have a male sibling that you can bond.
Half brother, he's 13. Yeah, he's around Spongy's age.
Whoop-de-doo.
That's
Dude,
kind of why I also had a
Packers.
soft spot as well.
Dude, this
Why-
is a
Spongy
long
being an
time.
Eagles fan.
I just noticed it's like
YTC.
9 o'clock my time.
Go Packers.
But
My
yeah, you
bad.
get it too.
This is a
Like
long
that's kind of why.
This is the main event now. We got Adam Page versus Samoa Joe.
But yeah, that's also kind of why Sponge has a slight, even though he reps Philly. But yeah, and I despise his teams.
Listen, a long time ago.
I despise his team, but I'm shocked
Hold
how
on,
educated he is at his age.
I can't believe. I hope Levi or Kenny are now watching, because then they'll
Having
get
a
mad.
younger brother that's around his age too. Yeah.
So about a year ago, Levi used to do the Jackbox every Friday, and we used to go to late. I'm glad they stopped doing it. And if they do it, Levi ends it early. So shout out to Levi because I need my sleep on Fridays. Call me crazy. I love my sleep. There was some
Sleep
stuff that
is life.
we were having a conversation. I'm not gonna tell you what happened, but there were some disagreements with certain people that we know. Now, again, disagreements. That's why I'm done with the Niners community. I don't even care about podcasts. I don't care about that bullshit no more. But I'll let the people do it because if they want to do it, I have a life, and if they're watching and oh we gotta ban John, we gotta cancel it, whatever, do it.
We
Here's the
gotta
point.
ban John Jay from the community because I
Levi
feel like
and I agreed. No matter how annoying Spongy is, no matter if he's going to overhype the Eagles, no matter if he's going to be trying to talk smack, we are grown men.
He's a kid.
We will let Spongy act how corny and weird who he is. And I said to Levi, that's the reason why I let him talk shit about the Niners. I will always respond, hey, don't talk about my team. But I will never, ever. Corey Davis said this. John Jay, Spongy roots for the Eagles. He's young, but when he gets his adult braid, he will be a 49er fan. And I know Spongy doesn't like it. And that's why I always say that because I cannot wait for next Thursday where I will, if Spongy's there, remind him. But the point is that Corey doesn't care. Corey doesn't care that Spongy's an Eagles fan because Corey accepted everybody. And I'm going to say a very personal speech. Hopefully you're there. If you're not, hopefully you're watching during the speech. But the point is, let Spongy be a kid. And we as adults have to understand that we can't be, and this is the reason why Michael, I hope one day, because I don't really think Michael is that. I think, I think he does, because he did tell me one time
He's impulsive.
that when his parents caught him behaving the way, he basically like, crap, I disappointed my parents. So he does have a moral principle. It may not show all the time. He doesn't do shows all the time. So meaning that he does have something to do when he's doing it. But when he's on stream, I forget how young Michael is because I've known him for a while now. But if he's only 22 or 20, whatever, how old he is, okay. But I hope that as the years pass by, he starts to realize. Now, I don't want to talk about faith. If that is changing him, I will say this: good for him. But I hope that he does learn. And I know Michael has said a lot of inappropriate and disrespectful things.
I'm unprofessional, but talk about the McCaskies again, Mike.
Okay. I hold Michael accountable. And I hope Michael doesn't reveal down the road that he's much worse than, and then you guys have to really evaluate, your stance. But I've always been like this. If I find out that you guys, and Michael, I don't think so. But the point is, I'm just saying, I do think he does have a moral compass. I just think that he's just too immersed with beefs that he's had throughout his time on YouTube. But I do hope he learns. And if he's listening and watching, again, I've always been defending the most idiotic things he does. Now, will he ever stop arguing with people on Discord? Probably not. Will he ever change? Probably not. But I hope in real life that when he's not on YouTube, he's productive in society. So, again, I see good in all people. Okay? So, that's the thing that we have to understand. We're human beings. We're flawed individuals. We have our experience. We have our biases. We have our insecurities. We have our things. But I do think that we are good in society. And as long as we just live, like I told Michael, live a moral compass. Live a moral compass. Be respectful. You're good. You don't need faith to teach you that. And so I will always defend Spongy, no matter how annoying he is. And I will always respect Michael, even though sometimes he doesn't need that. And so that's how we should look at it. And he said a lot of inappropriate things that you guys should also condemn, the stuff that he said. Recently, and I don't want to bring this up. I don't know
Mojo's already bleeding. Oh, what the fuck?
what was I going to say? He and Jonah were like arguing about the Bears. And of course, Jonah, I've got to know him personally years ago until he stopped. I understand where he comes from. And he told me one of the reasons why he, has certain beliefs with certain YouTubers who will not be named. I get it. I get it. And so, and that's all I have to say about that. But yeah, well, we have to understand that we can joke around, but every now and then we have to just realize that, you know what? Let's be a little bit professional every now and then, but don't be like Grant Cohen. A little joke at the end. I'm Grant Cohen. I have 200,000 subscribers. You are all fake Niner fans. Okay.
You are not beyond my brand. My brand
For someone who insults a lot of intelligences, I'm surprised his fans are a bunch of masochists at this rate, getting their intelligence insulted.
Well, it is what it is. Like, I watched the thing called the Cohen phone when he has people calling in. And a lot of people who call in are reasonable people, but they may not be very informed about football knowledge. But, okay. Also, when Michael, who does not like Don Burr, when Don Burr, who showed his face, a real person, Don is a real person, that says a lot about the Cohen phone. Now, I want to say something that's probably going to piss the hell out of me. I don't hate Chardall. He's annoying. He's annoying as fuck. He's annoying as fuck. But it's Grant Cohen's fault. He doesn't know anything about sports. He tries to. He tries to. I don't have any ill wills towards him. I would never want to be in a room with him. I can't. I can't. And so my feelings towards Chardall is still what it is. I've made my peace with it. He can do his corny content, which he's doing corny content, just to let you know. He's doing it with one of Alex's friends, which I think, that dude should not do content with him. But he doesn't know Chardall like I do. But yeah, every now and then I do Google Chardall's channel, and he's carried by that dude. His name is Cole Sports or something. Coleman Sports. Anyway.
Yeah, I think it's called Coleman Sports.
So, anyway, I'm going to get ready for my dinner. So, probably by the time this match is over, my food will be delivered.
Well, these guys already both bleeded in this steel cage match. So, hopefully, this match is over and give or take 10 more minutes. God, Samoa Joe's gouged all over his forehead. At least we had, 2 title changes involving the TNT. The TNT and the tag titles changed. And this out-of-nowhere feud with Hangman and Samoa Joe is going to conclude with this stupid cage match. I'm sorry, folks. I've watched a bit of Dynamite. It has not been a good look in this storyline involving Samoa Joe and Hangman being a rivalry, all because he won a tag match with him. Great wrestlers, don't get me wrong, but the way they built this up, I don't care about the ops. They're called the ops. YTC ever messed with the ops before?
I got plenty.
The ops.
The ops?
What is this ops?
Yeah, the ops.
What is this ops?
That's Samoa Joe's faction.
I'm just playing.
Yes, no one cares.
Because what's his name? TOP says, "Oh, the ops, the ops."
And no, It's not
Something
a
just popped in my head.
problem with.
I wonder how J Mouse is doing. That little. I think that
Yeah,
kid.
that little-
I think he's
much
around
older,
Spudgy's age. Yeah, he disappeared because like Jonah was a little bit too harsh on him.
And the whole Charlotte situation when he typed in the comments too.
D'Angelo Russell again with the poor shot selection. Oh my god. I feel bad for Cooper Flag. He has to
His
deal
last
with
whereabouts, I know he's on Twitter. That's it. I only keep him as a follower, but I don't know. That's all I know of his whereabouts.
German suplex. He stands up. Hangman. Forearm. Damn. Back body suplex. Mamma mia. Treats him like how my wife doesn't listen. Okay, John, we're back to the action. Jesus Christ.
Tuh.
Any changes on your pick'ems beforehand, YTC, or you're solely confident?
I'm solely confident. I never changed my picks.
He's like, fuck the changes.
And that's a
Mhm.
that's a man without compromise. I can't blame him for keeping it how
Listen,
it is.
Listen,
I mean, Browns winning.
a lot of 49er fans this week had to do what David McNiner says. We had to take an alcohol shower because a lot of us picked the stupid Rams.
And the
I think
Rams,
hang on. Did I actually take the Bucks this week? I forgot that pick.
oh my god, you took the.
I mean-
I'm shocked people took the Bills.
I mean, the Rams can't win every single game forever.
Yeah, even though the Rams been playing good football,
Mm-hmm.
you know how that hurts for me to say.
Tuh.
Devontae Adams just unlocked the fountain of youth over the past couple of
No,
months.
because I took a lot of upsets. I even took the Saints this week. I took a lot of upsets this week, so yeah.
Oh yeah, I took the Saints as well.
Yeah, they're at home and it's near the same rival. Yeah.
Atlanta is ass.
Atlanta's
Mhm.
piss poor ass.
Oh yeah, I
Kirk
did take the.
Cousins starting?
I took the Bucks. Yeah, I'm right. I did take the Bucks on the upset as well.
If you guys have a yardage on your fantasy involving Drake May, that's the only reason. He's just gonna touch the football.
I still
He's not
took the
gonna
Bears
score with the
regardless.
football. Their rushing
All right.
rotation
Took the
can't carry
Colts,
their poor defense.
Packers,
Falcons are not winning the division.
Seattle, Jaguars.
The Falcons
Oh, yeah.
are
Yeah, and I
ass.
took Shador to win his first game against the the Raiders.
Raiders.
The Raiders. Yes, the Raiders.
Dude,
Yeah, that's why.
I hope Shador has a good game.
You got Jaguars against Arizona.
I took the Jags. Yeah.
Seattle versus Tennessee's an easy pick 'em.
Seattle. I took that one. Yeah. I took the Raiders.
Kansas. Oh, Colts over Kansas City. Colts over Kansas City. I'm sorry.
I'm calling us to have a 20-0 lead, and we're gonna give up
Danny
35
Dimes
unanswered points in the
not gonna
second
win.
half.
Danny Dimes is not going to win Most Improved. He's going to win Most Valuable, and he will wear a
No, he
Giants
won't.
jersey while receiving it.
No, he won't. He's
No,
not
Jonathan
winning.
Taylor should be winning that. If they're gonna give it to him, give it to Jonathan Taylor. He's the one carrying him.
His skills position should win league MVP.
Yeah, he has more touchdowns than Saquon did in his last year, his MVP quote-unquote run. If you look at him, he had more rushing. He has 17 rushing already, I think.
YTC thinks it's 2012.
Damn.
No, but he ain't as bad as Christian Ponder, though. But still, at the same time, he's been playing as good as Prime AP was.
So in half an hour, hopefully this is done before that. Is where my delivery.
He has had a Jonathan.
He's been playing just as good as Prime
Taylor,
AP. Yeah.
Oh, who's running in? Who's coming in with the world title?
So
Shibata?
I'm going to say this. I think Indianapolis.
It's Eddie Kingston.
I think Indianapolis will make the playoffs. I think they will win the division, but I think they'll lose.
Wild card.
I think no. I think they're going to lose some games. I think the Niners are going to beat them because Brock Purdy, and again, he did play against the Cardinals, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful to TRL, but when Brock Purdy came back, the throws that he was making, he was practicing while he was injured because he made a lot of dangerous throws that last year, some of his deep throws were a little bit erratic. And I think that the Niners doing the right thing. Now, I do think after the Ayuk announcement, I hope I'm wrong, but it seems that the Niners and Ayuk are at a divorce.
No.
And so the Niners next year either have to look at the free agent market or we have to draft a wide receiver. Okay? Because Juwan Jennings, he's a blocking receiver, and he's not fast. And I know Melissa has a bit of a soft spot for him, but
He has
Ricky
inconsistent
Pearsall,
hands.
he's also not the fastest, and he's not really good at separation. We do have that Watkins kid that we drafted, but we haven't seen him on the field, and so we drafted an edge rusher as our first pick, and we went heavily on D
Wait,
line.
who the hell is it? Hook. Don't say that about Taz's son. Hook is part of the ops. Oh, we got a turn here. Hook is a heel now.
Well, we get to see Jameis tomorrow. Get starts out with a concussion again. Still, so boo the Bears once again. Yep, Jameis again.
Is Get On Kid doing the Steelers?
How long
and
is
Bears game?
Jackson Dart out?
I think so. I don't know. I don't even know if they're going to play in the Patriots game. But if I were them, I would just sit him out to pass the by and get him back for Washington. In my opinion,
Let me go to Get On Kid's channel. Is he doing the Bears game?
If it were up to me, yeah, I would keep him out to the bye week and then get him back for Washington.
Oh, shout out to Get On Kid.
Orlando Magic.
He is doing the Bears game.
Yep, Bears and that. We're streaming at the same time, I guess, but whatever.
Oh, and Samoa Joe is the yet again two-time
Doing the whole Sunday
AEW
slot,
World Champion.
And then Eagles and Cowboys rival, and then Sunday night, obviously. So, yeah.
All right.
I have made a decision. I want to do the Niners game, but I think I'm going to miss the first quarter because I would be at work, so that's going to suck. So I'm going to do the second half. Let me set this up.
I'll pop on if I can, but yeah.
Ops are never lacking is their catchphrase.
That should be a good Monday night game. We're both 6-4 and 6-5 teams, so yeah. And it's important for the NFC wildcard picture as well, if we're looking at conference base. So yeah, the winner.
I'm gonna say this. I know Kenny said that the only win the Panthers really had was against the Packers, but the Packers are a good team. And yes, the Falcons are ass, and I think they played the Jets. That's what Kenny said. Well, of course the Jets suck.
Just get the Ravens tonight.
But at the end of the day, like Bryce Young is playing really good football.
Bryce Young had a career game against Atlanta.
Okay, Atlanta
394 yards. He had near 400 yards out, 3 touchdown passes. He played phenomenal.
Now again, Atlanta sucks. So again, I'm not gonna say but
we're getting a surprise. Wait, I'm sorry, John Jay. Let me see if I can update this. This is the final segment.
Mm-hmm.
Who the fuck is that?
Who are you?
Wait. A moon? Flames? A burning house? What is it, Swerve? Swerve. Swerve Strickland? Oh, fuck. It is Swerve Strickland. Prince Nana Ooze house? Whose house?
Hmm.
Did he? Oh no, guys. Whose house is it? And Swerve Strickland returns to AEW with a new theme song. Well, John Jay, I know how to open my spirits. Watch New York media shit on the Jets and Justin Fields for the next 2 hours.
Or any overall sports media in New York.
Well, that's practically it. They're probably calling. They're already calling Scatterboot psychopath after his escapades on the streaming.
All right. The
Tip.
stream is up. And I'm gonna write on my community tab.
Whoop that trick. Whoop that trick. Whoop that trick. Whose house? Whose house? Get out of my house.
Oh,
Hey, at least it's over. I don't mind Swerve Strickland. At least when he comes pushes some black guys. We hurt people. Bobby Lashley should have won that stupid belt that Ricochet holds. Hangman Adam Page beaten to a bloody pulp. I swear Hook is like the same age as my youngest brother. You're telling me that he still has no facial hair. Taz, what are you feeding that kid?
Creatine.
Creatine, Cole. I'm not Michael Cole. No, creatine, Cole.
Creatine and Wheaties. I'll stop.
I digress.
Well, shout out to this paying for service. I just got $10 on spend back. No, not a sponsor, by the way, but whatever.
No, why did you say you're a sponsor?
No, it's a paying for service I use. That's how I'm getting the PlayStation this week.
Oh, okay.
Where I put a 25% deposit, and then I just get it. No, the PlayStation I'm getting in question is $426, so the deposit would be $105 from my end. So yeah.
Oh, and here we go.
$105.50 from my end, so I'm just gonna put $105 down so I can get the deposit on 25% and pay every 2 weeks.
I think I got almost every jersey I wanted. I wanted an NBA and NFL jersey for my birthday.
Oh yeah, that's how I'm also gonna get new shoes and jerseys as well. That's now that you mention it, so yeah.
Oh yeah, I got a new thing for my room. I rarely get any accessories to put in my room. Like I got myself like 3 katanas.
Anyway,
That's dope.
Yeah,
I want to buy more jerseys. I gotta get me more jerseys though. I mean, outside of the Giants ones I have, I gotta get them. Outside of the Yankees, and I gotta get some Rangers too. So yeah.
I might get a Yankees.
I was planning around this time to get me sports merchandise, and I was this close to repaying Corona with a authentic
Jackson Dart and
an authentic
Malik, I guess.
Sports jersey of his choice, but I lost my job, and now I am using Goodwill. I don't know if you guys have those where you live. Goodwill.
No, there's Goodwills, Ross's.
Yeah. But yeah, fuck it. I'll just get Malik Neighbors and Dart. I'm probably just gonna get the jersey anyways.
I already saw an Aaron Rodgers jersey. John J, there's a Marshall from where you are, right?
But as for the Rangers, I'm probably gonna get me a Zibanejad one.
It's like a department store. It's like Goodwill.
Marshalls? Yeah, it's like a Ross based discount.
Oh, Marshalls. I was like wondering, like, he's talking about department store. Which one? Marshalls?
Yes.
Oh yeah, we
have Marshalls.
Aaron Rodgers jerseys were selling like for $20.
So
the Packer ones, yeah.
Jets jerseys.
Here's something funny. So my Ross, which is nearby my house, the last time I went there, they don't have a lot of stuff, the funny thing about it, so let me say this. There's a lot of Michael jerseys, Justin Fields, that they're trying to sell for $1.99, and
Oh my
nobody wants
God.
them. Anyway, yeah, they don't have a lot of stuff there, so it sucks. But there's one in Daly City, which is a little bit further from where I live. It's an extra 15-minute bus ride, so it's a little bit further. And that Ross has everything from quality shoes at a low price, quality stuff at a low price. Across the street is what the hell is that other place? It's not Marshall's. What the fuck is the other
Then TJ Maxx. What other big retail?
Yeah,
Burlington Coat
All right.
Factory.
Yeah. Well,
I said, all right, let me go to Burlington Coat Factory before I buy some
I
stuff. I
like
go in there.
Burlington. I don't mind it.
They have nothing.
Oh,
They
yours
have
doesn't.
no
Mine
comfortable
has one.
shoes. They have no comfortable shoes. They got no comfortable pants. It's all crap. It's like Goodwill quality, but more cleaner and more newer. I said, nope, I'm going back to Ross. There's a Marshall's, which is a 30-minute bus ride or a 10-minute car ride. That thing has everything. Things that you don't even know existed. Brands that are like, what brand is this? I've never heard of it. It's some
get your perfume. Get your fragrances from those Marshall spots. For the love of God, you don't need $400 cologne.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah, definitely. I would get the clone from
well,
there. They smell just as good.
In 10 minutes, I will be leaving. Apparently, my food's on its
All
way.
right.
So I don't know if the show's over.
I really appreciate you guys coming in. This was
The show's over?
stream, even though most of it was off topic. But
Wait, the show's over?
Yeah, the Samoa Joe won. Swerve Strickland came back.
Okay. Goodbye. See you tomorrow.
All right. I'll see you tomorrow then.
Adios, everybody. Thank you for being a part of the ride. Hope you guys enjoyed your night. Happy Sunday. And this is the DST show. Thanks for watching.